that we know from the science. Statement number one, no doubt our climate is changing. So, for example, if I pull on the global science report, so this is a diagram of global temperature change from the 1850s to present. And we can pull out statements like this from the Ipcc reports. Each of the last 4 decades have been successively warmer than any decade that preceded it. 2020, the last 20 years were about a degree warmer than the pre-industrial times. And in recent times, we are about 1.1 degree warmer than we were, say, in the pre-industrial times or the pre-1900 times. So the global science is telling us, no doubt, our climate is changing. We are warmer. But the Caribbean science, which is what we do, is also making the very same point. So the Caribbean science is telling us, listen, one of the ways we know our climate is changing is that it is getting hotter. And there are a number of diagrams you could use to illustrate this, including things like what I showed for the globe. But I like this one. This one tries to capture the percentage number of days in a year that are really, really, really hot. So if you look on the y-axis, you will notice that that's just the months of the year. And we're going from 1981, coming as far as we can to the present. You will notice that on the left of the diagram, the red blotches are primarily limited to 2 months of the year, August and September. That's when we expected really, really, really hot days. But as you move to the right, those red blotches not only get darker, suggesting that we're getting more, not just hot, but really hot days. But then you will also see that the lines are spanning greater and greater times during the year. And so what you end up with is, in fact, that you are getting an increase in the frequency of very, very warm days. And not only how hot they are getting, but the number of times during the year that we are getting very, very hot. And you could do the same thing for cold days and cold nights, and you would get the kind of statistics that are shown on the right. What am I saying? All the temperature indices for the Caribbean show that we are getting hotter, whether you're just looking on mean temperature or you're looking on things like how many hot days are in a year. In the mean, we too have seen about that 1 degree or 1.1 degree increase in temperatures over the last century. And what this translates to us from our science is we are having now about 23 more really, really hot days and hot nights in a year than we used to have. And the warming is both across land and ocean. Marine heat waves are becoming a big feature of the Caribbean region. So our climate is saying absolutely, our climate science is saying absolutely, no doubt, our climate is changing, it's getting hotter. But it's also saying more than that. It's also saying our rain is becoming more variable. So the top diagram I've pulled from the latest State of the Climate report produced by the Globe, the Caribbean section, which was produced by our own Caribbean scientists. And what you can see is its rainfall. And what you see is that rainfall, 1 year is up and the next year it is down, and we keep going in that variable pattern. In fact, however, you can see that the ups get a little bit more and the downs get a little bit more, and they get a little closer together. And that is a characteristic of how our rainfall is changing. Our rainfall is becoming way more variable. But the science also shows that the nature of how rain falls is also changing. And I think you would notice this too. So when rain falls, we get these dry days, and then when rain falls, it falls really intense. It just really falls, and we get the flooding associated with that. So it's not only that the rain is getting more variable, and 1 year it's really wet, and the next year it's really dry, and we keep swinging between extremes, but how rain falls when it falls is also changing. More intense rainfall amidst drier spells. We also know that the science is telling us that our sea levels are getting higher. Our sea levels are rising at about the global rate of 1.7 millimeters per year in the long term, or double that if we just look in the post-1993. So the rate of sea level rise is increasing. And, I wanted to say, what could I use to depict this so that you could see this? Well, we just need to use Helsher in 2006 and Helsher again in 2020. The difference is you can see that the sea is almost, there's no beach and the sea is almost on the, where the buildings are. And then one more, we are seeing more extremes. So our Caribbean climate science is saying, yes, we're having more severe droughts, pointing to two really region-wide droughts that we had in 2009 and 10, and in 2013, 16. And these were where we had droughts right across the region. We have had droughts in particular pockets of the region since, but these were extreme droughts right across the region in just the last 12 to 15 years. And then, of course, we see more extreme hurricanes. And you can see that what is happening is that we're having hurricanes that are more intense and that feature other signs of change. They rapidly intensify. So tropical storm today and then hurricane in a day or two. And so we see the evidence of observed changes in extremes in our Caribbean region. Our Caribbean science is making a similar point there. No doubt our climate is changing. And just to push it a little more, this is also what the science is saying. That not only is the region seeing climate change, but the region is seeing compound climate change. And what do I mean by that? It's not a choice between hotter or more extremes or a choice between rain and higher sea levels. We're seeing multiple changes at the same time. And so that's one of the ways to characterize the change we're seeing. The science is also saying we're seeing changes in both slow onset events. So a slow onset event would be like a drought. You know you're in a drought when you are in it, but it's hard to see it coming, though the science is getting better. Or sea level rise, you realize the sea level has risen when you realize the beach is no longer there. And you say, but I remember when that used to be land, that place in the ocean. So the science is saying that it's not only compound change, there's change in both slow onset climate as well as the extremes like a hurricane. And the science is saying that what is happening is that we're being introduced to unfamiliar climates more often. Unfamiliar because we're having multiple changes at the same time, and unfamiliar in the magnitude of the changes. I wanted to try to figure out a way to show what that means, that we're living in unfamiliar climate. And I hope my little illustration will work. So I'm suggesting that the science is saying, no doubt, climate is forcing us to live in the era of the unfamiliar. Let's see if this illustration works. So this is climate. Consider climate as that horizontal line. The yellow middle part is the expected climate most of the time. So that is, you know that it is supposed to be dry in January, February, but you know that it's supposed to be wet in September, October. We expect that climate. On the other side of the yellow line are what we call extreme climate or rare events. So there are rare events that 1 in 100 event that comes along, which doesn't fit into the expected climate most of the time. Well, the truth is that we have learned to live with this kind of notion of climate. And if Caribbean life is represented by that bell curve, though, that it's a bell curve, all it is saying is that the middle of the curve where Caribbean life occurs, it occurs mostly, or we expect it to occur mostly in the expected climate. That's how we have come to live in the expected climate. But we do plan for every now and then when we'll have a once in a lifetime event. So it's not that we expect it all the time, but that should be rare. What climate change is doing, so if you take this as my diagram of we live most of the time in the expected climate. What climate change is doing is shifting where we live to the right. So we no longer live on the left bell curve, but we live on the right bell curve. And so what happens is illustrated by that oval. We now live some of the time in the expected climate, but we are now living more and more with incursions into the extreme climate side. Climate is introducing the unfamiliar elements, and Caribbean life is now straddling what we want it, we think it should be, and those times when it's extreme. Why is this at all important? I want to argue this is important simply because we know climate is an integral part of Caribbean existence. And what do I mean? Well, we actually know that expected pattern. So if we follow the bars, We know that we should have rain in May. We know that we should have rain in September, October, November. We know that it should get slightly hotter in July, August. And then we pattern our lives around the expected or the familiar climate. So we know that we send kids to school so that they are out of school in the hottest part. Or we know that we clean drains around when it is driest, or we should clean drains around when it is driest. Or we know that we plant around the rainfall cycle. So climate becomes embedded in our life because we simply pattern our lives around what we expect the climate to be. Climate is also a part of our life because we are islands. And most of us are islands with hilly interiors. And so we have no choice about where to live. We either live on a steep a slope, which is the interior. And when climate becomes unexpected, that slope comes down with us. Or we live on narrow coastal plains where we are prone now to the flooding. But we don't have a choice to escape these impacts of climate. So climate is integral to our existence. And then, of course, climate is integral to our existence because of what we premise our economic well-being and quality of life around. Agriculture, tourism, fisheries, mining. I think you know the climate links. Our health and well-being. So we have asthma, and we have dengue, and we have chickpea, so you get the climate links. And then, of course, what I call our critical livelihood sectors, water. We depend on rainfall for water. And of course, energy now is becoming energy usage is very linked to climate, and with renewable energy is more and more linked to climate. Because climate is so integral, even to the extent that we sometimes don't even notice, what ends up happening is that Caribbean life is really dependent on the familiarity of climate patterns. So we expect that the agricultural sector will perform because we expect that the climate should behave as it should, or our quality of life is wrapped up in this familiar climate pattern. All right. So we know that as long as it rains, we will have water in our taps, and our quality of life will be higher than when we have an ongoing drought. So that's the importance of familiarity. I have just presented the case to you that there is no doubt from our sides that climate is introducing, however, the unfamiliar, and we're living more and more of our time in the unfamiliar. What does that do? Well, it affects our development. And the best way I could show this is just to grab some headlines. These are headlines over the last 2 years across the Caribbean region, to show you how climate is impacting development. So for example, climate forces the closure of 4 health centers, or climate leaves our roads in a deplorable state, or our beach is succumbing to climate change, or floods knock out water, or climate puts pressure on water supplies, or we have dire warning for the environment, coral reefs are going, or climate is hurting agriculture, or the headline I like most, rain mash up everything. All right. So the more and more climate is introducing the unfamiliarity, it presents a challenge, a real challenge for our development. One more way to illustrate this. These headlines are just a snapshot of the last 2 years. And you can't mistake that climate is affecting our quality, our standard of our life, our ability to develop in a consistent and reliable manner. But here's another way we can show that climate is presenting a challenge for development. These are the events that happened from 1999 to 2021 to Jamaica. In terms of drought, flood, hurricanes, the cost in Jamaican dollars and the GDP percentage cost, where they could calculate it. And immediately what you see is that we have almost never had a break since 1999, 2000, where climate has not forced us to keep spending a percentage of our GDP that should really have otherwise gone to other things, maybe education. But every year we have to find a percentage of our GDP to recover from climate. That is climate presenting a challenge for our development. So here is where I want to go with this. I am arguing, no doubt, the science is making a clear statement about some things we know. One of those clear statements, no doubt, our climate is changing. In other words, the science is saying we have to start recognizing the climate challenge as an ongoing concern, not just a last or next headline concern, which is how we treat climate. Really, climate emerges on the scene every time there's a climate issue. So if it's intense heat or if it's rainfall, and we don't recognize the ongoing concern, or very often we simply forget it till the next time comes around. But the science is also saying, in recognizing it as an ongoing concern, recognize it as a developmental challenge. So the impact is not restricted to a single sector, location, or set of people, which is often how we think of climate. Climate is an agricultural problem, but no, it's a water problem, but it's also an environment problem, it's a health problem, and I dare say it's a problem for the education sector. Well, if that's what the science is saying, as I said, what I want to do is use what the science is saying to say, well, how do we use that to judge our response? I want to argue that we now are in the era, we have enough science information, or at least a good amount, not everything we need to know, to use what we know from the science about climate change to guide our response. Knowing what I've just told you, that climate is an ongoing concern, what should our response look like? Well, clearly, it should be both anticipatory and reactive. Yes, you have to react to the extreme event, but we also know that that extreme event is going to come again. And so our response has to be reactive, but it also has to be anticipatory as well. It also, a new phrase is emerging, it also has to reflect build back better. So once we react to that extreme event and we're going to build back, we must build back the capacity so that next time the extreme event will not be as bad. We must not get bitten twice. That's what the science is telling us about how our response should look. And then, of course, it's telling us that we need more than projectized responses to climate. Unfortunately, our response comes around when we have a project and we have money to fund the project. The word mainstreaming is coming back into play. We must mainstream climate into development planning. If I could characterize all of those things, science is telling us that our response has to be consistent. It has to be marked by a consistency of approach. All right, so I want to make sure I finish on time. So here we go. Things we know and should see about climate. Well, the science is telling us something we should know, allowing us to make a bold statement. No doubt, our climate is changing. Why is that important? Because it's frustrating our development, our present development. And so what should our response look like? It should be marked by consistency. How will we know when it's marked by consistency? When it recognizes climate as an ongoing concern. Very quickly. So there was just three simple things. So science is telling us, no doubt, our climate is changing. We know that. Science is also making a second point from all of the science that we have, and it is this: no surprise, our climate will continue to change. Again, let me start by pulling from the Ipcc report. And what this diagram is, the black is showing how those temperatures have risen. I've shown you that already. And the many lines on the right are saying how they expect or project that the temperature will continue to rise, depending on how we develop going in the future, depending on whether we recognize climate change and take some mitigation efforts, or we just continue business as usual. You can see that in the top line. So all the lines just represent a range of storylines about how we could potentially develop. Well, the science is telling us that based on what we have done already, global warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, remember we have seen 1.1 already, and 2 degrees Celsius will be exceeded during this century unless we make some deep changes. So it's saying, listen, no surprise, we have committed ourselves to climate change and climate will continue changing. The Caribbean science makes the very same point. So again, drawing on the Caribbean science says, listen, for the Caribbean, hotter times are ahead. So if we look on those very, very hot days, the black is what has happened. We see that they go almost up to 100% of all days in the future being very, very hot. So in the mean, we could be anywhere between 3 and 4 degrees by century's end if we do nothing, and 98% of our days annually will be hot, up to 90%, and only 2% cool. The Caribbean science is also saying, listen, we will have those variable rainfall, but we're going to be drier. So if we look on the Caribbean, as you go to the right and you go to 1.5, 2, 3, and 4 degrees, you just see the brown coming into the diagram and spreading greater and greater portions of the year as given by the vertical lines. So we'll still have variable rain, but we'll be up to 40% drier. Shorter rainy seasons, longer, more severe drought. The Caribbean science is saying, listen, right across the Caribbean, depending on the scenario, whether near century 2025, mid-century 2050, or towards the end of the century, sea levels are just going to continue to rise. And we won't talk millimeters of sea level rise this time, maybe up to a meter by century's end. That will bring increased inundation when coupled with storm surge and waves, or more flooding and enhanced shoreline retreat. And the Caribbean science is saying we're going to have more intense extremes. So the times we're going to be under moderate, extreme, or severe drought are going to just increase from 17% going all the way up to 34% of a year being in extreme droughts. And of course, storms with higher rainfall rates, hurricanes, and stronger winds. Put it all together, the science is making some clear points. One, it is saying, listen, no surprise, there is no turning back. There is more climate change to come. Want to put that in context, it is saying, well, we'll have more and more incursions in the realm of the unfamiliar, just like what we're having now. But on top of that, we're going to also have to live in climate that is outside the bounds of our present lived experience. What do I mean? Well, we're already seeing 1 degree hotter, but we may up to be, remember I said 3 to 4 degrees hotter. We have never lived in a 3 to 4 degree hotter world yet. We are already 3.5 millimeters per year of sea level rise, but we may be up to 1 meter. We have not lived in that world yet. So the science is making a clear point, not just incursions into the unfamiliar, but also exposure to the unprecedented, living where we have not lived before. Wanted to try to illustrate that. So remember my diagram. I said that climate had already shifted Caribbean life over so that we are living part of the time in expected and part of the time in extreme climate. This is where life is now occurring. Well, in the future, based on the science, we're going to shift even further to the right. And what happens is that we're going to live more and more in the extreme, but also we're going to live in places where those two lines don't overlap, in climates we have not seen before. That's what we are saying. We must not be surprised. The science is telling us this. The entrenchment of a future regime marked by experience outside our lived experience. Well, the science is allowing us to better quantify the bounds of that unprecedented change. So, for example, look on the left diagram. This is just the 10-year event of a very, very hot, I'm using the one on the left, very, very, very hot heat wave event globally. At present, we know that the 1 in 10-year event is occurring 2.8 times in 10 years compared to pre-industrial times. Well, at 1.5 degrees, it will occur 4.1 times. At 2 degrees, it will occur 5.6 times. And at 4 degrees, it will occur 9.4 times. That 1 in 10-year event will occur more frequent, but science allows us to calculate the bounds. We can do the same thing for the 50-year event. 4.8 times now, you can see it goes up to 39.2 times under 4 degree warmer. We can do the same thing for precipitation. That 1 in 10-year event, 1.3 times now, going up to 2.7 times, depending on the level of warming. And we can do the same for drought, 1.7 going up to 4.1 times. The science is saying we can quantify the bounds of the unprecedented climate era. Why is that important? Because we are already getting a glimpse of what unprecedented climate looks like. And what emerges clearly is that unprecedented climate equals unprecedented impact. So in the Caribbean, we had 3 Category 5 in 2017. We had the Category 5 hurricane in 2019 that just lingered. And we had the most named storms we have had in 2020. That's unprecedented impacts. The science is not only allowing us to determine the bounds of unprecedented, but it's also allowing us to determine the bounds of the impacts as well. So this is Caribbean science that said, okay, if we only warm to 1.5, what would happen? 40% less hydropower in Suriname, 2 to 3 times higher regional cost of damages, 4% mean increase in aridity. And of course, you can see spatially the extent of the inundation in St. Lucia, its airports and seaports. And then one more thing the science is allowing us to do, to better quantify the areas of likely impact. Every area of our sustainable development goals will be impacted by climate. Probably the only area that won't be impacted is number 13, climate action. So I'm making the point here, listen, the science is making, we can make some bold statement from the science. Second, no surprise, our climate will continue changing. The science is saying, if that is so, then we must recognize the climate challenge, not just as an ongoing concern, but also as a growing concern. So not just a no problem or a static problem, that is, we have reached the limits of climate change now, but it will be a continually expanding problem. And the problem with that is that once it becomes a growing problem, then there are new and expanded climate vulnerable people and sectors. People right now who are not vulnerable, but who are going to become vulnerable. The Hellshire people who have their livelihoods premised on the beach did not realize that they were going to become part of the vulnerable climate in the present climate, and greater portion of coastal people will become vulnerable, and we can expand that across sectors. Okay, so coming quickly to the end. So if that's what the science is saying, what does the science tell us about our response? Again, I'm not making the argument. We must therefore use what we know about the science to guide our response. If we know it's a growing concern, then our response has to be visionary and preparatory. So we must prepare for what we know is coming. And we have to vision, and then we have to prepare. It also tells us that if we know the bounds, then the magnitude of the response must match the magnitude of the change expected. So either use the upper bound and build back according to the upper bound, or at least use the lower bound of change. So the build back better is such where better is not defined by where we are now, but defined by what is going to happen. The science is saying, therefore, we have to account for the newly vulnerable, because we know some of the people who are going to become vulnerable. And the science is giving us an opportunity to prioritize according to timing and size of projected change. So we know when some things will come into effect, at least by the best science now. Put all of that together, the science is saying that a response has to be a calculated one based on what the science allows us know. So we need a calculated approach. So some things we should know and see about climate. Science is saying, no doubt, our climate is changing. That's frustrating our development. And therefore, the response needs to be consistent, recognize climate as an ongoing concern. The science is saying, no surprise, our climate will continue to change. That will delay our development. We're not going to achieve those sustainable development goals, and Vision 2030 will not be achieved. And therefore, a response has to be a calculated response. It has to recognize climate as a growing concern. Finally, one more thing the science is saying. We know this from the amount of climate science we have. And you could almost anticipate it, simply saying no choice. Our climate demands change. And I pull from the State of the Caribbean Climate. Given recent experiences and future projections, it seems clear that the Caribbean can no longer afford the cost of catastrophic consequences of climate change, nor can it afford not to respond to climate change. Thankfully, the science is also helping to define the response, and this is where I want to end. We know that our response has to be mitigation. For us, mitigation is doing everything to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So we have to sharply reduce by 50% if we at all want to achieve 1.5 or 2 degrees in the future. So we don't want the 4 degrees, we want 1.5 or 2, we have to mitigate. In the Caribbean, that means for the focus has to be on energy. So replace those greenhouse gas sources for energy. Has to be how we deal with waste. It has to be our oceans and our land use, which are sinks for greenhouse gas, and it has to be transportation. But we're going to have to pursue a mitigation agenda if we're going to achieve a livable future. We know the science is telling us that we're going to have to adapt, because even if we achieve 1.5, I showed you already that 1.5 is not as safe. It is going to have its own impacts. So we're going to have to adapt to whatever we achieve. So it's the only way to live in the livable future. And I don't need to make the case that the adaptation has to be across every sector: health and agriculture, forestry, water, coastal, wildlife. Can I add education? We know we have to pursue a structured education agenda, because mitigation and adaptation are going to require behavioral change, and therefore we need buy-in. So we need to build a climate-smart Caribbean citizenry, as what I call a climate-smart, conscious, convinced, and convicted about the issue. How are we going to do that? Well, you are the experts here, so this is not my domain, but I would argue that we need, for example, curricula that runs from early childhood all the way through post-tertiary. We need, so that there is continuity, that consistency that I spoke about. We need Caribbean texts, and I take the pleasure of putting this one up on the screen. Just launched earlier this year or late last year, a new Caribbean primer for teaching climate change in schools. So this is a primer for teachers, of which our group helped to co-author, but the School of Education at UIMONA were the principal partners. So we provided the science. But we're going to need workshops and conferences, training, formal and self-paced, public education using traditional media, social media, incorporating indigenous knowledge. But we need a structured education agenda. I want to suggest we need a scaled up research agenda, because it's the only way mitigation, adaptation, and education will be contextual. And we can talk about the range of research we need. We need to account for the fact that climate impacts different people in different ways. We have to talk about the fact that why we need innovation and new technology in that adaptation. And it must be innovation and technology in response to the Caribbean reality. We can talk about the need for early warning, risk monitoring, emergency preparation. We can talk about rethinking sustainable technologies and infrastructure, but you get the idea. I don't want to leave out that we need to propose new leadership and governance models, both at the sector level, community level, national level, etc. And can't forget that we need research that talks about co-benefits and trade-offs. You make a change in one area, it's going to impact the other area. And so we need that research to make sure we do this. But we need research, Caribbean research, so that all of what we're asking for is contextual. And one more thing, and the last thing, we also need a collaborative agenda. It's the only way that we're going to enable mitigation, adaptation, education, and research. So we need collaboration across everybody from academia through to civil society. And why? Because really and truly, the magnitude of climate change's challenges dwarfs the limited human, financial, and technical resources of any single entity or country in the Caribbean. But when we have a collective approach, then we can respond to climate change. So I'm saying this in closing, that the science on this third point, that the science is making a clear thing, no choice. Our climate demands change. Or in other words, the science is saying we have to it is possible to recognize climate as a livable concern. It is possible to live with climate change. So we can achieve development despite and in spite of. And the science lays out some pillars to achieve the resilience that we want: adaptation, mitigation, education, research, and collaboration. So it's not all doom and gloom, is what I am saying. What does this lastly then mean about our response? Again, I would simply argue that we must use what we know from the science as the guide for response. If adaptation, mitigation, education, research, and collaboration are critical, then our response has to be multi-pronged. It's not just one or the other. It has to be planned. And I think I've made that point. It has to be inclusive because it's everybody. It has to be contextual. We can't respond to the globe, or we can't bring in a global solution. We need to do the research and have our local solutions. and it has to be considerate. It has to take into account that some people may be disadvantaged by an adaptation effort. And we need to balance trade-offs as well as morals and ethics. Put together, I'm simply arguing that the response has to be coordinated. And that's the simple way to put it. So if I were to close, what do we know and should see about climate? I'm saying the science makes some clear points. No doubt our climate is changing. That's frustrating our development. What then should be our response? It has to be a consistent response that recognizes climate as an ongoing concern. The science is saying, we know, no surprise, our climate will continue changing. That's delaying our development. What does mean for response? Our response has to be calculated, has to recognize climate as a growing concern. But the science is saying no choice, our climate demands change. But the science is also giving us some hope to say we can fulfill our development. We fulfill it when our response is coordinated. So the science does recognize, and coordinated response is recognizing climate as a livable concern. We can live with it. If I could use one big C to sum up our response, we need a comprehensive response to climate. So here's my last slide. How would you say the education sector stacks up against in its response? Is it comprehensive? Does it have the elements of consistency? Is it calculated? And is it coordinated? I am out of my depth, but here are some questions I would raise. When you look on your infrastructure and guiding operational policies, let's say either at the school level or for the sector as a whole, can you see the calculated and coordinated? Well, education sectors has huge potentials for mitigation. How you use water, the energy, how you use energy, the waste you generate, and the transportation that is a big part of the education sector. Do you see the adaptation, the coordinated adaptation? Does it reflect an awareness of the unfamiliar now and the unprecedented to come? So does the infrastructure, can it stand up for what we anticipate, the wind and the flooding? Or does it only merely exacerbate the excessive heat? And or those that are at the coast, the sea level rise? Do you see the calculated and coordinated response when you look on infrastructure and guiding operational policies? What about when you look, do you see mainstream the continuity in the education sector? So after each disruption, how do you retrofit, or do you, and how, or what's a new build in the education sector looking like? To which standards? Do the plans in the education sector reflect recognition of continuous disruptive threats and counter them so that there is consistency? So if a flood occurs, can the electronic are all the records of everything related to education electronic so they can be quickly retrieved? Or do we have reopening plans for schools? Do we have contextual disaster plans? The contextual is important. So the disaster plan for a school on the coast is not the same for a school in the interior. Do we have contingency financing in our budget? Is there adequate insurance? Is there mainstream continuity when you look on the education sector? Is there a coordination of education and research? And here the education sector is critical because it's not just education and research for education and research purposes, but this is where the education, this is a huge role the education sector has for all the other sectors. So does our curriculum have the science of climate change, but also the interdisciplinarity that is needed? Is the curriculum updated regularly to reflect the new methodologies and thinking? Does it support the creation of an innovative ecosystem that will be needed to deal with climate in the future? So does it bring the new skills and the new ways of thinking, the critical thinking and the problem solving, etc.? Does the education sector curriculum and research capture the morals and the ethics and the justice issues? Is it guided by the contextual research agenda? And then lastly, do you see the mapped collaboration that is needed across sectors in the education sector? Has the education sector mapped out what collaboration is needed? For example, health of students and staff, especially mental health in a severe climate crisis. But also, for example, excessive heat and the growing of excessive heat. There are occupational safety and health standards. Should for example, sports be still timetabled at midday? Or what is the limit when you know that you cannot hold physical education in a given day? Or do you see the social interventions? Is there the mapping of the social interventions needed? Because we are going to increase the level of people who are vulnerable, and the most vulnerable will become the most affected by climate change. And very often they come to schools to offset that. So do we have the nutrition policies, and have we planned for the increases in the nutritional policies, or just hygiene, where students are coming from houses that don't have water? Do we have the showers at the school, or teachers, or do we have the homework centers to counter for the fact that there are communities that because of climate change do not facilitate homework being done? My question is really, does the education sector stack up in its response? It's comprehensive, it captures the consistency, calculated and coordinated? Or in other words, would you give yourself an A+ when you look on it? So I'm finished. Climate change and the Caribbean. We do know enough from the science to see what we should be doing. Let's begin to look at our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Taylor. A lot said, but said very, very clearly, very distinctly. Not just a researcher, but you're a teacher. And we want to find out if there's any question, any comment.
Okay, one question posed so far. Very good essential questions. There has to now be more integration of education for social change. So it's more of a comment than a question.
Okay. Can we move to the other?
We're going to invite the audience to write their questions in, and we'll respond to them as they come.
There are some in the Q&A, Mrs. Alvaranga.
Okay, the first question in the Q&A. I wish to know if the 1.5 to stay alive is still reachable.
A good question. So, but the science so far does suggest that there are slim chances of achieving the 1.5. So it lays out the pathways and lays out what needs to be done. Clearly, the window of opportunity to achieve it is rapidly closing. And I think the last Ipcc AR, what they call the AR6, the Sixth Assessment Report, makes that point very clearly. But it does also make the point that there are still slim windows of opportunity. Clearly, what it does mean is that the action is upped. It ups the ante on what action is needed at a global level, including, I don't excuse the Caribbean from it, including from the Caribbean. So yes, I would answer there are slim chances still of achieving it, but the window is closing very rapidly, and what needs to be done is increasing significantly.
The follow-up question, and these questions came from Kimara Elliott, is also, I wish to know your thoughts for the upcoming COP27. Do you believe there will be hope?
Wow, that's a very difficult question. So the COP27, the question that's being asked is the global gathering of world leaders every year. This is the 27th conference of the parties, is to take place in a month, or right, probably towards the end of November. I think, I'm trying to remember where Marrakesh comes in, but it may not be. And and every year they go to review, agreements made and projections, as well as what they have decided they would hold themselves to at the last COP or the last global agreement. It is a real challenging question because clearly the world has changed significantly. Where I think some of the challenge is going to come from is, for example, the Ukraine-Russia war, which you would notice in some instances is forcing some of the European countries, for example, to go back to coal and gas, or because they're non-renewable sources, can't, for example, maintain the thing. So they're scrambling to get coal and oil and gas, and even contemplating other things. So putting those back within their countries at a larger scale to maintain, their development. So, I think the point that I'm making is that the whole global world stage has changed significantly. And so it does pose some challenges. I never want, however, to give up hope, because I think, that we know enough now. And I think, for example, we have some strong voices, including from the Caribbean region, to say, hey, listen, we can't go backwards. And then the other reason I would say that there is some hope is kind of a, backhand reason, but something like the hurricane that just passed through the US. So some of the European countries and the first world countries are waking up at last to the kind of challenge that climate change poses, which we have always been talking about in the Caribbean. But for them has always been, in a sense, somewhat academic, because they have vast resources and vast land. And so when a hurricane is coming to Florida, they could easily move their whole population out of the way of the hurricane. But they are now beginning to see the kind of things where we are saying the inescapability of some of the impacts of climate change. And so that, in a sense, it will drive them to say, hey, we can't go backwards nonetheless. So I always think there is some hope because of the voices, because the science has made such a clear case, because of what we are seeing, and I'm holding out hope.
Ambassador Blake poses a three-part question. The first is to commend you, that it's a beautiful presentation. And he wants to know, what must the Caribbean be saying to the major contributors based on the contribution of Caribbean science?
A number of things. Well, I think, I think they must hold them to the actions, So we clearly we must say that mitigation is not an option. It cannot be an option because, for example, we know that the Caribbean is so vulnerable. And therefore adaptation, but mitigation will never put us back to climates that we've had before. And so adaptation has to be on the table. And therefore financing for adaptation has to be on the table. And that financing has to, for example, be made easily available to the region. Part of the challenge of adaptation right now is how difficult it is to access the financing. And then, of course, the pot of pool. The pot or the pool of financing that's available needs to be large enough. I think we need to put on the table. So I think what I'm saying, we need to hold some standards to the table about what the future must look like globally, and therefore what needs to be there for the Caribbean to be a livable place and a survivable place in the future. And there's a responsibility that needs to be met. Loss and damage, I think, has to be there on the table. Loss and damage is a concept that Ambassador would know, but that recognizes that there are limits to adaptation, that even if we had all the funds, or even if we had everything, if we did everything to adapt, there's still going to be some impacts that we can't adapt against, enough for. And so loss and damage has to be on the table. So those are some of the things that come quickly to mind that we really, really have to put on the table and hold the developed countries to. Transfer of technology, setting up ecosystems for contextual research, not putting their research agenda on us, and insisting we follow. Those are some of the things.
I think you've answered most of Ambassador's questions. Here's another from Kimara Elliott. As for the bus convo on deep sea mining, is this mining truly necessary? Or is this more of greed than development?
I think you're taking me out of my realm here. So, Kamara, I'm going to stick with my climate change. Right now, I do have some opinions, but let's not go down there for this presentation.
The final one that has popped up from Leonardo Clark, wonderful presentation. You mentioned a coordinated approach. Who should coordinate a country or society approach?
Well, you know, oh, sorry.
There's a second part. Have any such response been initiated? And if not, how should this be initiated?
So, because, you know, the time and I was trying to pitch it at a general, at multiple levels, the presentation. In truth, there needs to be coordination at many levels. In one aspect, I think with my very last slide, I was trying to make a pitch, for example, the education sector, and to suggest that, you know, even as a sector, we need coordination, you know, and I tried to lay out some things. But then you can see that once the sector begins to coordinate, then there has to be coordination at even a national level, you know, because what one sector does will offset what another sector do, or one sector can support what another sector does. And then you can scale up the level of coordination. But I was also arguing that I'm not sure we are seeing this kind of coordination from at all the levels going up. Certainly there are some sectors missing from the climate change debate, which tells you that the coordinated approach is not there. As governments of the region, there's very often the setting up of a climate change division or a climate change ministry, but then climate change is restricted to that ministry as opposed to using that ministry as a conduit, or you know, all the plans are approved through that ministry, that kind of thing. So you're still missing the coordination, you know. Where I would say the most I've seen coordination best at work is, for example, when the region, small islands came together and put 1.5 on the table at a global level. I think that was a solid coordination effort that produced some results and brought and highlighted the issue of small island and small island vulnerabilities at a scale that we perhaps had not seen before. Hope that helps to answer the question.
Thank you. That's all the questions posed.
Great. Thank you very much for having me at the conference.
It was good having you, Prof. And what needs to be done from our side is to find a way to frame, to interpret the science from the research. And you have presented a lot of that this morning. To frame, to interpret, in order to frame the type of teaching methodologies that will bring that science to basic school students, to primary school students, secondary school, teachers' colleges, and beyond. So as to shape consciousness, this environmental consciousness. And this environmental consciousness is not for its own sake, but to inspire action, to inspire agency that will do some of the things that you have asked to be done. It's important for the mitigation agenda. It's important for the issue of new leadership model. It is important for all the main points that you have brought out today, that we need to do in order to actually shape an environmental consciousness that is germane to what we are now facing. And from the Mico and from the ITA, we wish to thank you and for addressing us today. But we will always call on you. We will always do what is necessary for us to do from our side, so that there's a consistency between us and the researchers in this important journey that the world has trusted us into. And that journey is really, if we look at it objectively, that we can't survive without cooperation. We can't survive without calculation and consistency. We need all of that to go forward. Thank you once more, Professor Taylor. One love. Okay. The next presenter that we have is Ms. Jade Williams. She is the policy and advocacy specialist at Jamaicans for Justice. She is responsible for shaping the policy agenda and leading in public advocacy within the organization. An attorney at law by profession, Ms. Williams is a graduate of the Faculty of Law at the University of the West Indies and the Norman Manley Law School. Whilst at the Faculty of Law, she served as a contributor for the United Nations Shadow Report on Human Rights in Jamaica. Her previous legal and policy experience includes work with the Jamaican AIDS Support for Life, providing legal services for persons living who have faced discrimination based on their status in the workplace or by public bodies. Currently at Jamaicans for Justice, she is leading a climate justice initiative, which focuses on advocating for persons in quote-unquote sacrifice zones, which are communities impacted by environmental damage due to the impacts of commercial activity or mining. Ms. Williams is a dedicated parent to a loving but destructive cat, and Eddie, that is. Her passions also not limited to human rights work, but include her love for playing the guitar and watching Danish films. Her presentation is titled Situation Analysis of Access to Information, Participation, and Justice in Environmental Matters in Jamaica. We call on Ms. Williams to make her presentation. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me, everyone. And thank you for the introduction. So I'm not going to introduce myself again. I'm just going to share my screen. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, are we seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so this presentation, I'm just going to go over some of the key points that would have come out of the research with the same title here, situational analysis of access to information, participation, and justice in environmental matters in Jamaica. It was commissioned by us and completed by Mico. And it focused on several communities that have been affected by bauxite, aggregate mining, and illegal dumping. So the background of the research was that we've realized that climate change and environmental practices are direct factors that affect the health of persons, as well as, of course, the air, water, food, their shelter, and whether or not they can be free from disease. And this has been exacerbated by the bauxite mining and sanitation activities that have been sanctioned or allowed by our government. So Jamaicans for Justice commissioned this report so that we could assess what the needs of those in those communities affected are, and how best we can assist. So we focus on several communities, including the corporate country and the Rivertown City Dome. 1,000 questionnaires were administered, and we used a purposive sampling methodology, and it got about 95% of respondents coming back to us, and conducted some focus group discussions and one-on-one interviews as well. So in terms of key results, we would have seen that persons were concerned about climate change. About half of the persons who responded were concerned about climate change and thought it was extremely important. Another 21% thought it was moderately important, and about 8% didn't consider it. And 58% of persons agreed that mining should not be allowed in the Coptic country. So over the course of the research, we would have found that there is often a positive correlation in terms of persons who don't agree that whatever the industrial action is should be happening within their community. And also we would have seen that while persons were concerned about climate change, in our later efforts at Jamaicans for Justice, using the findings from this research, would have found that there isn't a great level of knowledge about the issues as to how those issues directly affect them and what to do about those issues. So while they knew about the issue of climate change, they didn't know how to address it. So we also looked at environmental nuisance and impact. About 70% of the persons indicated that they were directly impacted by environmental nuisances, and persons indicated that they have multiple and overlapping health issues, about 80%. And most of those would have come from airborne nuisances like the dust or the smoke from the landfills. The farmers were greatly affected due to displacement and the leasing of their agricultural lands. And just anecdotally, some of the complaints we would have heard going back into those communities this year is that the lands, when they are leased, they're not restored. So they are unable to ever use them again, and they don't have any viable lands for them to go into. So there is also, we also looked at information. So we found that there was a lack of information, consultation, and participation of the community in the environmental decisions. So the environmental assessments from NEPA only provided guidelines, and there was nothing enforceable in these assessments that community members could use to prevent mining from going ahead using those findings. So we did have some key issues arising out of the research. So those would have included health issues, economic issues, social issues, and environmental issues. So as it relates to the environmental issues, respondents were asked to indicate and how they were impacted by local and industrial environmental actions. And 70% of persons indicated that they were directly impacted socially or economically by environmental nuisances. And the main impact would have been airborne nuisances caused by the dust and smoke. So it impacted persons' health, which by proxy would have impacted their livelihoods. It also impacted some persons' personal property, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. All right, so as it relates to health, some of the main indicators that would have come out of the research is respiratory issues. So asthma, sinusitis, allergies, sore throat, burning of the chest, bronchitis, watering eyes, all of those issues would have been reported. One of the challenges that we are having, that we may expound on when we get to the redress section, is that oftentimes while persons attribute these issues to the dust, they were maybe not seeking formal medical assistance. And so there is not sufficient record of the issues and the time frame between the starting of the mining activities and these issues arising to build a strong legal case. So when we go down to redress, we'll talk about how we are using a kind of constitutional case method to see if we can congregate the multiple complaints and see where they can be substantiated with additional evidence, and hopefully the combination of many complaints would be sufficient to indicate that there is an issue related to the mining without having to provide like medical records of that thing. So we're going to test it, but we're not sure as yet. Then we also have our economic issues. So for example, some of the communities that we would have gone into are farming communities. So a lot of their livelihood comes out of farming, and the effect of the mining would have caused, for example, the death of plant life that they would normally be able to mine. Sometimes that is due to plants, sometimes that is due to the dust coming from the mine. We also talked about the issue already, but where persons are forced to leave what is viable land to go to less productive land or non-productive land, so they're now unable to farm. And again, the issue of the companies using the lands within what would have been productive lands within communities, and then leaving the lands in a state that they are unable to be used for farming again, so they haven't been restored, which is a requirement under our legislation and also under their mining license to restore the lands. So farmers are, one, unable to return to what were productive lands. Two, productive lands are being destroyed in the process of the mining and not being restored. So these persons are unable to maintain their livelihood in that manner. There are also peripheral issues with the dust nuisance. So persons who, for example, have shops and other businesses that may have been located within proximity of the mine and can be affected by the dust or even the noise pollution, are not able to open those businesses. So they either have to try to relocate that business, which can be unsuccessful, or they have to no longer participate in that business and seek alternative economic solutions, which can be very difficult. Then we have our social issues. So in the qualitative part of the research, respondents would have indicated that they felt that the social fabric of their communities has been destroyed around the mining. And we can understand how that can be the case, with persons being dislocated to different communities, persons being unable to maintain their livelihoods and having to close their businesses. It would be difficult to maintain the normal social activities that the community would have participated in prior to these major changes. And so you'll find that persons become estranged from families or friends and other community members as they are forced to adapt to the mining activity. So this is where I really want to focus on, because this is really my area. What are we going to do with the findings from the research? So the first thing that we've already initiated is trying to bring some legal claims on behalf of those persons who have been affected. So we have two ways of going about that. We have the individual claims that we can try to bring, and then we also have constitutional claims that we're going to try to bring. So the difference is that the constitutional claim would be brought to say that these persons' rights have been violated due to the negligence of the government in regulating the mining companies. And then from the individual side, we would be saying that persons who have been directly affected by the effects of the mining, so where persons have health issues, where persons can show the destruction to their property from vibration coming from the mines, where persons can show the loss of livelihood from mining activity, or can be traced back to the effects of the mining activity, then we would see how best we can put together individual claims for those persons. So JFJ, for those who are not aware of what JFJ is, we're Jamaicans for Justice. We are a non-governmental organization that provides advocacy and legal assistance to persons from marginalized groups. And as I would have said, we would have identified those persons affected by industrial climate action as marginalized communities. So as part of our general mandate, we would of course be doing public education and public advocacy on behalf of those persons. So outside of this research, we would have done additional research into how best we can address the issues that would have come out of our situational analysis. And we would have found that there is a need for legislative and policy reform in these areas. So where there is, for example, in the act that governs NEPA, they are allowed to still grant a mining license, even though the EIA would have indicated there would have been negative environmental impact. There is also the fact that where licenses are breached or where companies perform in a way that is contrary to, for example, the Wildlife Protection Act, the fines and punishments under the act are no great deterrent to companies that have so many resources. They're quickly able to pay $100,000, so even the option of imprisonment doesn't come into play. So one part of our work in response to this research is to ramp up our public advocacy in terms of how these pieces of legislation can be reformed, can be changed, challenged, and improved in Parliament, and then also to action them as well. So to have some precedent in court using this legislation to show that it is ineffectual in actually addressing the kind of issues that the persons in these communities are experiencing. So that's a part of it. So we are doing our justice tour, where we are going from community to community that are identified in this research and other work that would have done in addition to some work from our partners at Jamaica Environmental Trust. We're going into different communities, having public education sessions with the residents so they can understand what procedures should have taken place, and then be able to better articulate to us what did take place so we can identify where there are legal issues that we can action. And then part of that is also going into SNL 173, where the license has been granted, but the work has not started as yet. So we are doing public education with those residents to prepare them for what is to come, but also so they can be able to better advocate for themselves in some of the situations that we've seen arise, for example, where they need to lease the land that is owned by the persons, or they have to be relocated, and how they can better negotiate for that, and how we can assist them in negotiating for that. One of the issues that also came out is that persons have informal possession of the property, so they don't have formal titles for their land, and so it's difficult for them to negotiate with the mining companies when they are approached to do so. So that is also one of the issues that Jamaicans for Justice will be assisting persons with, is to regularize their titles. Yes, so that is it from me. I was trying to go quickly because I was told I have 20 minutes, so I hope I didn't go over.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Ms. Elaine M. Campbell, DNN. She is a practicing mediator and social and legal researcher. Her areas of legal research span the wide field of transnational law. She studied in Europe, where she gained her graduate and postgraduate certificates, diplomas, and degrees in a number of areas. She has a master's degree in law, LLM. She studied fashion and theater designing. She's in the social sciences, humanities, and law, and her specialty in terms of law at the level of the LLM is transnational law. She has also tutored at the Faculty of Law at the University of the West Indies. The title of her presentation is Jamaica's Approach to Climate Change, Climate Justice, and Comparative Approaches to Climate Change and Justice. We now invite her to make her presentation and to say welcome.
Thank you, Professor Hutton. Hello, everybody. I don't need to introduce myself again. So as you will see from the slides on the slide on the screen, there is an order that I will follow. I hope to keep within my time limit. So the title of my paper, as Professor Hutton says, is Jamaica's Approach to Climate Change, Climate Justice, and Comparative Approaches to Climate Justice. And the leading question here I have is really, is climate change a human rights issue justiciable under the law of Jamaica? So that's the question. Then the background of my paper, I will discuss that in a bit. I will look at the issue of whether human rights plus climate change plus environmental law equal plus or minus climate justice. I will then look at litigation strategies for climate justice that has been used elsewhere, for example, under the Inter-American Human Rights System, and also in the United Nations Human Rights Committee, and then make some suggestions for educational strategies for climate justice. I just mentioned my title and question. So the background of my paper stems from my studies, basically in transnational law. And transnational law looks, at, yes, environment and climate change, sustainable development, banking. There's a wide field, basically looking at what our Jamaican government, for instance, all those agreements, conventions, declarations, covenants that Jamaica has signed, ratified, or have not yet, or have promulgated by legislation. Recently, in 2015, the Paris Agreement, there was a Paris Agreement on climate change. And Paris Agreement brought about a change to the Kyoto Agreement. I heard Professor Taylor touching a bit on that. But what is special about the Paris Agreement is that there's an Article 8, and that's an article that was drafted by representatives from the Caribbean. And it is a no small feat, for instance, for advocates here in the region. However, the difference between the Kyoto and the Paris Agreement is that Kyoto, had it been adopted, would have provided for ways that, would have included loss and damages, but that has changed. I will talk later of the first climate change case that has been brought under the Paris Agreement, but there are still ways to bring litigation. So this part of what I'm presenting is on a paper that is to be published shortly. My interest, the background also looks at, the rights, human rights of indigenous and tribal people's rights over their ancestral lands and natural resources and the jurisprudence developing in that area. And also a commissioned situational research on climate change and justice in Jamaica. Now, I will go to the human rights and climate change aspect, whether that, including environmental laws, can really bring justice, climate justice in Jamaica. The Jamaica has a climate change two policies, one 2015 and the 2021 is an update of the 2015. And basically the 2015 Jamaica climate change framework was geared towards the Sustainable Development Agenda. And this in itself, it's to basically the policy is aimed at reducing risk. In other words, for instance, the economic and development fallouts when climate change conditions do occur. The 2021 climate policy, basically, it's more or less a repeat of that. And in terms of the institutionalization of climate change, we see that it's splintered between different ministries having different, different parts of the whole climate agenda. Basically, it's scattered. I think this should be centralized, basically. What I noticed coming out of this policy that, it deals with different sectors. The waste disposal sector was included, but not, for instance, the mining, as Ms. Williams talked about a while ago, or the transportation sector, because they are great contributors to the problematic that is causing climate change. Now, when we look at human rights is broad, so we have, right to life, right to health, right to healthy environment, we have also right to family life, we have other rights, fundamental rights. And in terms of the environmental legislation, we have Disaster Preparedness Act 2020, and we have some case law, like the Northern Jamaica Conservation Association and JET. This is a hotelier's case, and basically they brought an environmental case against NEPA for granting a permit to build in this case. However, the hotel, as we probably know in many instances across Jamaica, permits are given where, even though in areas that are considered vulnerable or very unique in the situation to preserving, like in the cockpit country, for our water resources. So the question, what is therefore climate justice? Climate justice, we have to look at it from a legal approach. We have had the scientific presentation where the science come in, but we need to be looking also at the legal approach to climate justice. We can think of justice as an allocative, or in this case, if we're looking at it through the lens of human rights, we are talking about the kinds of harms that occur because of activities by companies and businesses. We can also look at it, whether it's only national, at the national level, or even look at it at international or extraterrestrial level, level. And this is where we're having some innovation in terms of cases which I think are promising. Though the Paris Agreement the Paris Agreement Article 8 just waters down that whole idea of bringing a claim against companies or other international or other states. We do have, I think, the possibility here to bring climate justice cases against polluters. We also internally and internationally. For instance, however, at a certain point, looking through the environmental laws, just to be clear, environmental law, environment and climate change are two different things. So we do have many environmental legislation that deals just with the environmental. But when we begin to look, for instance, at human rights, say right to health in the Constitution is there. But whatever legislation is being promulgated at the moment is just to take care of right to health within this sector of labor law, not right to health, for instance, of those in the mining communities or in Riverton City, for instance, that is experience the effects of climate change. So take, for instance, Riverton, just to give an illustration here. Say we should have a Riverton City climate change case versus AG, Government of Jamaica and the Ministry of Environment. And I am talking from now a case which is happening at the moment in Australia, in which Indigenous people have brought a case under the Paris Agreement in relation to Australia not implementing the conventions and the treaties to protect, for instance, their right to a healthy environment. The result of that is we're all waiting in the legal area, we're waiting bated breath for that outcome. So looking at, for instance, a Riverton City climate change case, we could look at rights to peaceful enjoyment of property. That's under property rights. So what basically the litigation process should include is looking cross-sectionally, not only transnationally, but also looking across different areas of law. What I noticed in the few cases that have been brought in Jamaica, like for JET, they have brought it on just access to information. But there are other elements that you could look at and then talk about it from the contravention of the Constitution. Once we get to the contravention of the Constitution because of legislation, actions, or omissions of the government or agencies, for instance, other agencies acting on behalf, even the ministry, even the local government, whether or not this is a constitutional case, therefore will go to the Supreme Court, whether or not the judges would so oblige in saying these are justiciable issues, that is yet to be tested. And I hope it will be by Jamaica for Justice and others and individual cases soon. So Jamaica, I heard Ms. Williams talk about the issue of negligence. What I would say, the issue of negligence fall under tort. And if you begin, I think that would not get us far in terms of, whatever tort would give us. Questionable, I think we could go in terms of public cases even wider into saying, okay, say, name a tire factory that imports tires. And if there is pollutant in those tires that is burnt in Riverton City, and it can be shown through science that this particular toxin has caused this disease within the community, and many people are showing signs of this disease, the question, can you really sue those peoples internationally, those governments outside of Jamaica? The answer is basically yes. So this is a question of this is a strategy, can third party be held responsible under climate justice, business sector, governments, agents? One of the, in terms of bringing constitutional case and wanting therefore to take it at the international level, there's a requirement for exhaustion of local remedies. So you would take it through the court channels, Supreme Court, maybe an appeal going to Caribbean Court of Justice, maybe even going to Privy Council. But then we have human rights. So we are thinking about climate change from a human rights lens. We in Jamaica, most of the Caribbean, we are members of the UNCHR and the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights. Jamaica has not ratified, or the courts, that's the Inter-American Court, contentious jurisdiction. However, those cases via the commission can be binding if you on Jamaica. For instance, one of the first cases, environmental case that was brought is the Inuit Inuits in America versus America, in terms of, they are not being able to enjoy their way of life, that is their livelihood. They are not having access to food. The water is changing, the seasonal changing, brought about because of all sorts of activities which are deleterious on the atmosphere. And basically, this is the right to healthy environment, first one. However, the commission, that's the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, decided it had no jurisdiction. I think it's unfortunate because we have seen later on in developing cases, indigenous cases, such as Yak Yak, say, Saka, even with some cases coming out of Suriname, you see that what the court is actually doing is looking at the obligations that states having ratified the convention, the American Human Rights Convention, and those types of declarations, which are binding internationally through customary international law. So what the court there and the commission is doing is basically looking, okay, so you have ratified this, but you do have an obligation, a duty. You also do have a duty to protect your citizens. These kind of treaties are different from investment treaties, which I have researched elsewhere and talked about elsewhere. These are beneficial to the citizens of Jamaica and all these countries. It is saying, if it can be shown at the level that, at the national level, that there is harm occurring and the Jamaica or any other Caribbean state has not promulgated legislation or taken actions that investigate or even providing information that that tire being burnt in Riverton has certain toxins in it that is detrimental to the health of the people in Riverton City, there is a case. It's the Commission, Jamaica, or petitioners, people could petition to the Human Rights Committee. The next case now with the UN, at the UNHR level, it has adopted the Inter-American Human Rights approach in terms of having, and how did they get there basically, is saying, okay, we have the Vienna Convention Law of Treaties, or VLCT, and Article 31, 3C is what we considered in international human rights law and investment law, transnational law. It is a crucial article which says, okay, we can look at all the evidence, but this one you have to look at within the content, in the context of what is happening. The context, therefore, allows, for instance, for an evolutive, systematic interpretation of any treaties to find obligation, to go on from obligation to duty. States, of course, have right to their defense, remedies, responsibilities, all of that, how you put your case law together. As I said before, the Torres Strait Islanders case is the first climate law change. However, there is, in the UN system now, we have the Portillo case. And the Portillo case, you could compare it to, say, the mining case here in Jamaica, if you can, the mining situation, bauxite mining situation in Jamaica, where it was shown, it is versus Paraguay, where it was shown that an international company who has imported and used fertilizer, which was shown to be detrimental to the health of people living in the area, even the farm workers on the farm, was held responsible, liable in this case, that's local jurisdiction, responsible, and therefore should provide remedies. And that's one of the leading cases. And there is General Comment 36 on the whole issue of right to life. Right to life in itself, that's my pet peeve, and I will discuss it elsewhere, not at this conference. In terms of educational strategy, I lectured at UA in administrative and tort law. But one of the things in terms of education, so in terms of how the education industry operates, I leave it to you experts, you know how it works. But in terms of climate justice, we have to look at, there are different approaches. We have the downstream, and what I just discussed is the downstream approach in terms of litigation. But the upstream, for instance, Scotland has taken the approach of basically creating what you would call climate justice education knowledge within the education system. And climate justice is multidimensional. It involves every area of law, economy, politics, and basically you will find, say, South Africa is very strong in terms of its climate justice approach and cases. What you will find is that, for instance, in Nepal and Vanuatu, in terms of taking adaptive and mitigative measures, one of them is to centralize, they tend to centralize, have a centralized, probably a ministry, but not the helter-skelter, sorry, I don't want to say helter-skelter approach, but having bits of information there. What we do see in Jamaica is the tagging onto the environmental laws. And that's basically, I do believe from my own research, this cross-national, this transnational and the cross-pollination of different areas of law, different areas of society, and looking at their interaction and interfacing national and international, they could be strengthened. Re-education in terms of the air, the water, the types of pollution in the atmosphere. And basically, as I said, Vanuatu and Nepal, what you have found in terms of the educational advocacy, litigation, implementation is that there is, some people might have this, the expertise or the knowledge is segmented again. It's, so you have one specialist talking about this issue or that issue or the other, but the cross-pollination is basically not happening. That could probably be out of history. You have your little world of education, and that is, that's where you shine. But I think in Jamaica, we should take this multidimensional cross-pollination. That's because this is I'm talking from experience, interdisciplinary approach in terms of climate justice, looking at what sustainable development means, and all these agendas, what constitutionally this would mean for the mining communities. Take that back to the mining laws. If we take the transportation sector, the same triangulation, so to speak, and then, of course, the grand plan would to be, have a sort of bureau expertise that say, all right, let's fuse this together and see how we can use this. For instance, if you look at a legal tool, so General Comment 36 is one of these legal tools, and also Advisory Opinion 23 coming out of the Inter-American Human Rights System. I think having studied many years ago in Jamaica, one of the courses that lit my interest as to where I am now sitting is this human and social biology. For me, I got an A. I found it so interesting, and it drove me into studying further into environment and cross-pollination, human and social biology. Maybe that course still exists. I do not know. Maybe somebody in the audience could say yes, but a course like that, do not know what the elements are today because I studied long ago, but courses like that could be implemented across all levels of education. And in terms of law, as we know it in Jamaica, it's very adversarial. Having studied in Europe, there is not adversarial, but in terms of, how would you say this term? Basically looking at what is a middle way in finding solutions for problems that not only exist in Jamaica, but elsewhere. And I think that's the way we should go. Thank you for listening. And so if you do have any questions, thank you. And that's my presentation for today.
Thank you very much. We will take questions at the end of the next presentation. We'll take questions for all the three presentations in this segment. Thanks much. Our next presenter and our final presenter in this part of the conference is Dr. Doreen Gordon. She is an anthropologist based in the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work in the Faculty of Social Sciences at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She has over 15 years of professional experience, including teaching, research, and administrative roles. Her research interests focus on race and social inequality, gender and kinship, the body and beauty practices, post-colonialism, political economy, and social justice issues. She has carried out research in African diaspora communities, in African diaspora communities in Brazil, South Africa, and the Caribbean. She has a special interest in decolonial methods and the theories and creative methodological techniques. Dr. Gordon's presentation is titled Negotiating Change in Western Jamaica. So we now welcome Dr. Gordon to make her presentation to this conference. We are not hearing you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's your slide. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Clinton. And I just want to thank everyone for inviting me to this conference panel. I found it very informative so far. I just want to start by saying that I am new to the area of the environment. I'm coming from studying inequalities like race, class, gender in African diaspora communities, but I'm now moving into the area of the environment, and this is preliminary research that I've carried out earlier this year. And so there's still a lot to go for me, and a lot of work yet to accomplish, but this is just a pilot study and exploratory research on the coastal communities in Western Jamaica. So I'm sharing my screen. I would like to know if everyone is seeing. Are you seeing it, Prof. Clinton?
Yes, yes, seeing it.
Okay. I don't know why this is coming up here, but okay. All right, so the outline of the project is basically, the project focuses on communities in Western Jamaica, where economic activity is heavily concentrated along the coast and largely dependent on the tourist and service industry. Coastal communities have been navigating a number of challenges, such as reduced access to traditional fishing beaches, in what maybe I would call land grabbing that is occurring along the coastline, where large corporations like hotels, restaurants, entertainment centers, adventure activities have established businesses, and there are problems right along the coast in terms of traditional fishing communities having access to their fishing grounds. Some of these coastal communities also dealing with limited access to land and decent housing, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which are still with us, and unemployment. Added to these challenges is the impact of climate change on coastal areas, such as warming seas, rising sea levels, beach erosion, reduced fish stock, flash flooding, increased intensity of hurricanes and storms, and food and water insecurity. And I just want to say that, I was telling Professor Clinton about when I was visiting some of these coastal communities and fishing areas, many of them have cook shop, and you expect to go on to find some steamed fish or fish soup. And what was available was chicken soup, usually, because there was no fish caught that day, or so these issues about declining fish stock are real. Okay, let me go on to the next slide. Aims and objectives. So this project basically aims to investigate the convergence of multiple crises in these communities, such as climate change, the pandemic, and the subsequent socio-economic crisis that is still unfolding, taking place in vulnerable coastal communities. The researcher seeks to understand how people are understanding these processes and their place in the world. And, I was listening to Professor Michael Taylor's reference to indigenous knowledge, and this is something an anthropologist would be interested in. Incorporating indigenous knowledges about the community is very important, having an understanding of their experience and the impacts of disaster in their community, because they have memories of past disasters, flooding, and knowledge of food sources in the community. So very important to incorporate indigenous knowledge. And then we need to improve systematic analysis of coastal regions to understand more fully how people are affected by extreme conditions, especially to account for the newly vulnerable. Something again that Professor Michael Taylor mentioned, especially when it comes to food insecurity and the situation of youth and women. Okay, on to the next slide. This is just a background to the project. Like its other Caribbean neighbors, Jamaica is increasingly vulnerable to extreme weather events and the effects of climate change. Jamaica's coastline includes an array of ecosystems such as coral reefs, seagrass beds, mangrove forests, and wetlands. The coastline also houses important infrastructure such as roads, buildings, airports, electricity and communication networks, as well as major towns and communities whose residents both impact and are impacted by marine resources. The seascape provides a source of income for the fisherfolk and protein for the community, for the wider community. Furthermore, communities negotiate their livelihoods along the coast and have investments such as jobs, land, housing, and small businesses. They stand to lose their assets and investments in extreme weather events. Now, Western parishes, the reason for focusing on Western parishes is that they have long been neglected in terms of socioeconomic development and have historically experienced more poverty and inequality. So it is well known that the majority of the poor in Jamaica are found in rural Jamaica, typically in the hillier and more mountainous areas, but certainly this population is increasingly moving towards the coast where the economic opportunities are. Now, the policy development unit at the PIOJ has provided various reasons for this, such as skewed land distribution, an unproductive farm sector, low levels of education, and underdeveloped or deteriorating physical infrastructure in towns, such as deteriorating seawalls, drains, roads, and buildings, unstable buildings. So the question that Professor Michael Taylor wrote, talked about, that whether infrastructure or deteriorating infrastructure can handle extreme weather events, is really important to consider. Furthermore, these parishes have been experiencing high levels of migration, economic stagnation, youth unemployment, and agricultural decline for decades. Sugar and banana export have ceased to be the mainstay of the Western economy, and even domestic crop production has either maintained the same level or declined. So these back linkages that we were supposed to see between the agricultural sector and the tourism industry haven't been fully realized. Another troubling issue is the question of youth. Looking at statin data, we have approximately 751,489 youth between the ages of 15 to 29 from the 2011 census who have had some access to education but little experience of work. So large numbers of them have stopped looking for work or have left the labor market altogether, likely engaged in hustling, which may involve construction work, security work, telecommunications, petty shopkeeping, and so on. And also evident in Western parishes in recent years is that they are dominating in terms of the share they contribute to the total murder count, according to JCF statistics. So I'm not making a link between youth and crime necessarily, but these are two things to consider and to have in your mind in terms of what Western coastal communities are dealing with. So my pilot study, basically my methodology right now focused on making contact with primary stakeholders. So if you want to call it a purposive sampling methodology, because it was important to establish contact first with fishermen's associations, citizens associations, church groups, government agencies, as well as non-governmental environmental organizations working in the area, as well as small business owners. So my methodology was really trying to establish contact with key stakeholders in the community. And then over time, I will, obviously be modifying my methodology. I basically had some informal interview questions, had conversations with key persons, did some participant observation, as well as visiting public beaches and beach parks and speaking to people in the area. So I included communities that had previously been studied by social scientists, as well as communities that have been relatively neglected in the literature. And we'll move on to the next slide so that you can see the communities that I worked in. I targeted Duncan's Trelawney, which has been studied previously by anthropologists or social scientists. Someone called Lambros Comitas, who carried out research in the late 1950s and 1960s in Duncan's as well as Lances Bay in Hanover. And those studies are very much coming from an economic anthropology perspective, in the sense that they analyzed fishing as a form of work and how, assessing how resources are used and how work is organized. And some of Comitas's findings were that there's usually fishermen usually have multiple occupations, not just fishing alone. And they typically farm as well as do other things to bring in an income. And I certainly found that to be the case when I revisited those communities and spoke with people. Other places, I went to Whitehall, St. James, which has been extensively studied, actually maybe more by the scientists. Lucy, Hanover, has been a relatively neglected town in terms of studies, and it's unfortunate because it is one of the most neglected towns in the Western Parish, in terms of the fact that it is below sea level and experiences severe flooding, and has flooding threat that can come from the sea as well as from the river. So Lucy, Hanover is an area that needs some attention. Lances Bay in Hanover, I looked at them, as well as Green Island in Hanover, where they're building a mega hotel that was very controversial because they were building it in a protected area in the mangroves. It's still under construction now. Negril, Westmoreland, which was studied by William Davenport in the 1950s and Leslie McKay in 1987. And also extensively studied by scientists and environmental scientists who have also carried out socioeconomic studies of the area. And there's a little bit Westmoreland that has received a lot of attention in the news, in terms of land disputes that the residents have been having in the area. Okay, I'll go to the next slide. So I'm just going to discuss a few case studies, basically, and not all of the communities, because my work is ongoing. In Duncan's is a growing town located at an important crossroads near to the coastal highway and to traditionally important farming communities. And this area historically was part of the plantation economy, characterized by hierarchical class and race relations, as well as a strong peasantry that grew in the crevices of the plantation economy. Let's go on to the next slide. Along the coast, the area has been increasingly drawn into an expanding tourist economy. There is the upscale and private Silver Sands community that has been there for a while, since the 1950s, but there are newer developments as well. And the Silver Sands community is separated by a wall from the public section of the Duncan's Bay beach, where they have the Fisherman's Beach. And you have a long stretch of beach populated by bed and breakfast villas, as well as Airbnb establishments. Now, residents, when I arrived at the fishing beach, I realized that residents are currently organizing a legal battle against local threats to their occupation of traditional fishing grounds. And they say that these fishing grounds go back generations and generations. And they were fighting a battle with the, or claimed to talk about how the MP of Northern Trelawney had visited them, and she had plans to develop the area that would integrate the fishermen, but the fishermen did not trust her. And they felt that they would meet the same fate as fishermen who have been displaced as a result of the construction of Royalton Blue Hotel and White Sands Hotel, you know, and they felt that they would be facing some of the same fate that fishermen along that coastline have been facing. There's an active fishing association, but they did say that fishing stock has declined over the years and that there are some generational tensions between the older fishermen and the younger fishermen who prefer methods such as spearfishing. Now, a senior member of the Fishing Association, I think it's interesting to speak with them and find out. Oh, I forgot to say that there are also other occupations in the community of fishermen, such as arts and crafts, cook shops, bars, hotel work, tours offered by tour guides, and of course, selling of marijuana to tourists. Oh, I have a picture here of the private Silver Sands gated community, which, you know, was established some years ago, 1940s, 1950s. And over time, you know, they have had this kind of tension with the fishermen's community that is next door. So there is this wall that was erected between the private gated community and the fisherman's beach. I guess for security reasons, and because, you know, they didn't want the fishermen messing the beach, you know, because fishermen have to come in and clean their fish stock and so on. And so they wanted a beach that was clean and pristine for their guests. This is a fisherman's beach right beside Duncan's, and you can see the wall in the distance. And then this is Duncan's Bay, which extends for a good 7 miles or so. And, you know, there's a community of villas, Airbnbs, and so on going up in the area. And I think there's plans for a hotel as well. So you get a sense of what it looks like. A senior member of the Fishing Association spoke to me about, you know, the whole climate change, what his perception of climate change was. And he basically said that climate change is more of an agenda that suits the powerful. Small fishermen do not contribute much to climate change. It is the countries with large economies, corporations, factories, and hotels that are responsible for pollution and impacting the planet. It is unfair that their climate agenda targets poorer nations and poor people's livelihood as the problem. Rich countries and rich people need to clean up. you know, so that was his perspective. But, you know, it still is this kind of tension between the owners of hotels and establishments and what they want for their area and the fishermen who use the area as well. And sort of both of them looking at each other and casting aspersions on each other. But however, he said that there had been attempts to work with the Silver Sands community on conservation and the marine environment, but he felt that these negotiations basically failed because of a lack of recognition of the Silver Sands community to see their point of view. And so a quotation, the managers of Silver Sands are not interested in the fisherman's point of view or needs. They want to establish a sanctuary. How will a sanctuary help us? They want snorkeling and diving and a clean environment for their guests, but they won't allow us to work with them and provide snorkeling and diving activities. So they want it to be incorporated into the plan of the sanctuary. I honestly can't go to my Fishermen's Association and ask them not to fish in the sanctuary and not to provide, while not providing an alternative. They need to survive and feed their families. We have done that for years and years. So that is quotation from a senior fisherman in the association. So also there is an issue with well, you might be happy to hear this one, that in the face of some of the food shortages that they have been experiencing, particularly declines in fish stock and the increased expense of processed and fast foods, that many had actually turned to farming during the pandemic as a healthier alternative. Farming things like green bananas, plantains, sweet peppers, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, and a few were also engaged in organic farming to reduce the ingestion of pesticides. And however, many residents had not taken the COVID-19 vaccine and preferred to rely on natural remedies like, you know, bush teas, herbs, healthy dietary practices and exercise. So I will move on to the Lucy case study, which is a town below sea level with deteriorating physical infrastructure and severe problems with flooding. Nevertheless, they had a very active citizens groups, church groups, and a fisherman's association. There are problems, however, in Lucy with gangs of young people. And I noticed that on the first day, going down to Lucy and driving by a gang of about 60 young people on motorbike. And they were all dressed up in like neon, you know, like how the traffic wardens sometimes dress up in these neon jackets, and they had on shorts and this, you know, driving up and down the road. And I was wondering what had happened. And I asked somebody, a passerby, if they knew what was causing this, you know, this gang to be up and down on the motorcycle gang. And them say, oh, you know, it's the scam of them, and one of them just dead, so it's a funeral, right? So, and Lucy has been known to have a motorcycle gang, really, that is organizing party events, promotions, and said to be involved in scamming. The Fishermen's Association is in the process of establishing a marine park in collaboration with a hotel in the area. And the Fishing Association members have received training and assistance from the Araka Marine Park. So there's some movement there for conservation. The fishermen also face competition, however, from younger spearfishers from other areas in the Hanover Parish who come there, and they complain that they steal their fish from the fish pots. So there are some, you know, issues like that. Most of the fishermen did not believe in the COVID-19 vaccine and didn't take it, despite 2 members having died during the pandemic after they caught COVID. Others explained that they allowed their children to get vaccinated for school, but they were not interested in getting the vaccine as adults. In Hanover, there are public beaches available. One of the most important is the Watson Taylor Park, which is a gift to the people of Lucy. And there's also the Bulls Bay and Lances Bay that are known as public beaches. But there is, people have been complaining that there is some government encroachment on the Watson Taylor Beach that used to have a community building for community events, but SDC now occupies what used to be that building. And also noticeable is that the lands between Montego Bay and Lucy and Negril are increasingly for sale. Increasingly bought by large entertainment and adventure businesses like Dolphin Cove, Choco Cove have moved down to Hanover, as well as large-scale hotels, villas, and restaurants. And that's something to think about in terms of how the land is being used. So here's a picture of Watson Taylor Beach that residents do use regularly, especially in the early morning, and they use it to have dances and various community events. And some pictures here of, traveling along the coast and seeing some of these businesses, Choco Caribbean Adventures, which is in Hanover, although they advertise themselves as being in Montego Bay. And Dolphin Cove, Hanover as well, is in Hanover as well. So some of these businesses moving in the area. Before we get to the social justice issues, I just wanted to make a comment on Little Bay in Westmoreland, which is a long-standing battle site for property, which has seen one of the proprietors of the property, John Eugster, I think his name is, was murdered in 2004 after trying to reclaim his land. Now, the residents say they have a right to the land through adverse possession, having captured and lived on the land for up to 70 years. The residents have been battling in court with Eugster's widow, Kathleen, who is a US citizen, for control of sections of the property, which is something like 867 acres. So it's a large property. Now, despite a 2011 court decision granting writs of possession and the eviction of at least 27 settlers, Eugster has been unable to regain possession, which has also been earmarked for a US $5 billion investment, hotel investment, no doubt. And I know that the Little London, I know when I arrived in Little Bay, they had just had their latest confrontation with a demolition crew who came to basically demolish some of the houses. And then, but the residents were very vociferous and aggressive, and they were pouring gasoline onto the equipment and set it ablaze. So I basically just wanted to give you a sense of what I've been coming across in some of these communities. I haven't spoken about all of them. The issue of land redistribution, of course, in Jamaica has not been dealt with in a serious way. And you're having clashes between top-down geopolitics happening at the state level and, at the level of big corporations, hotels, restaurants, landowners, and the altered geopolitics emerging from below on the ground from these communities that are affected. And I thought I would work with this notion that an anthropologist put forth. Her name is Jean Besson, and she has done a lot of work in Western Jamaica, and particularly on land, that culturally in Jamaica, there is a difference between legally defined lands that are governed by the lands of law and what has been referred to as lands of myth. Right? So historically, land rights governed by the lands of law are reflected in persisting plantation systems and new forms of land monopoly in the bauxite mining and tourism industries. Meanwhile, lands of myth have been a central mode of resistant response to such constraints. For example, by peasants, squatters, free villagers, Rastafari settlements, and Maroons. Now, their land holdings have been embedded in sacred sites and ancestral oral traditions reaching back to emancipation, enslavement, and an African past. So those are some of the issues we have to be thinking about when we are, I mean, there's obviously climate justice issues to consider here. And what is interesting is to try and understand how are justice claims being framed and scaled by different groups. So you have residents in the community themselves increasingly using legal processes. You have environmental agencies, you have justice agents like Jamaicans for Justice and so on. How are these justice claims being framed now by different groups? What sorts of resistance movements are forming? Because I know that there is a resistance movement to Jamaicans losing access to public beaches called the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. And it is located in Stairtown, St. Anne. And they have just formed, you know, as a resistant movement to what they describe as the land grabbing of beaches and coastal areas. So, you know, there are more, people are increasingly resorted to legal processes. And the question is how successful has this been and whether this has possibility for future success. And I was listening to Elaine Campbell Danon's presentation very keenly when it came to that. Other questions about how boundaries are transgressed, renegotiated, and reconstituted in everyday life, because that boundary between the Fisherman's Beach and Silver Sands community there's been a back and forth for years. There's contention about where the boundary actually lies, you know, who had the right to put up that wall, you know, title to the land, you know, which apparently they say it was gifted to them by Silver Sands, but apparently the agreement can't be found. You know, there are all these issues about land boundaries and, you know, renegotiation of land boundaries as we go along. Another case in Hanover is that you have what is called the new Negril, which means that it's like the boundaries of Negril have extended further into Hanover than actually was the case in the past. And whose interests do protected areas serve? You know, some marine parks and protected areas in the mangroves and so on. Whose interests do these protected areas serve? And we need to answer some of those questions. And I was also listening to the, you know, Elaine Campbell Danon talking about looking at through a human rights lens, and that we could think both at a national and international level. And I think the question of reparations, which has come up before for populations of African descent, may be relevant both to the government of Jamaica and then, you know, more internationally, is should there be reparations for historically disenfranchised groups who have been long excluded from social and economic life, you know, at the national level, and that must involve some kind of question of land redistribution and justice. And reparations for African descendant populations long subjected to larger economies of extraction and to forms of neocolonialism. So plantation slavery and colonialism, capitalist monopoly, tourism monopoly, who are experiencing the effects of their marginalization. Okay, so that ends my presentation for the moment. Just, you know, keeping in mind that this is still preliminary work and I'm still doing the analysis.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the three presenters in this segment. And we can now go to questions and comments. to close this this segment.
Okay, the first question is, I think this is directed to Jade. Do the majority of persons own their land or largely lease land? As titling would only relate to landowners.
So what we found is that the persons who we would have interacted with in our research are landowners, but as we said, they're informal landowners. So they would have had, they don't have a title, but the land has been owned by them or someone in their family for many years, and it is known to the community that they're the ones that own the land. So in those cases, we would be trying to just regularize the title and get it registered. In cases where someone has leased the land, they do still have an interest in the maintenance of the land, and it depends on the parts of their lease, whether or not they would have been given that power to be able to enter into agreements with persons in relation to the land. Sometimes we find that that is the case because they are farming leases, and so they would be expected to be using and maintaining the land over a period of many years. So in that case, we would just look at what sort of interest the person has and whether or not we can leverage that interest on their behalf. But in most of the cases that I would have encountered, the persons do own the land. It's just that they don't have a formal title. So we would just be regularizing that.
The second question, I think, is also to Jade. How does the 70% who state that they have respiratory problems relate to only 58% who are aware of environmental problems?
Okay, so I can't say from the experience of the researchers because I was a part of that team, but in terms of the post-research community intervention that we would have done, I think that language is sometimes a barrier. So when we say environmental issues, environmental impact, that isn't always clear to them exactly what we're asking them. And so when we say, break it down into colloquial language, you live near the mine? Are you having trouble breathing? Yes. Are you have you seen any increases in chest related issues? And then they start to explain, yes, when they go outside the dust, they have to wear masks all the time, even when they're inside their house. So it's like when you use the word environmental, there may be correlated with something else to do with the environment and not necessarily with the mining activity that is affecting them. So I think that may be why there is that lack of correlation between those two numbers.
And just to add, based on that question posed, that the responses were to two separate questions. One would be about knowledge about the environment, and then the second question would be simply about whether or not you experience particular illnesses. So there are separate questions. So the knowledge may have been poor, but the experiences reflect something else. I don't see any other questions. Please feel free to post your questions and we will be happy to take them.
There's one there.
Okay, there's one more. It's Elaine, will you be sharing your presentation?
Oh. Yes, I will be. I learned afterwards that I was not visible and my slides, they weren't rolling. Yes, I will make it available through your channel if needs be.
There seems to be an increasing number of persons that are being organized or getting themselves organized, sometimes on a temporary basis because of something that might be might just come up that is of concern to these persons. There might be a more long-term form of organization through the fishermen, that's one, and through, especially in relation to the issue of the beach. Because I tell you, I grew up in Hanover, and there are a lot of beaches for us to go to. There was no barrier anywhere. And now there are lots of barriers. People used to go to the beach for decades without interference. And all of a sudden, people are finding themselves less likely to be able to go to the beach. It's a problem. And I'm a bit surprised that the beach issue is not as big organizationally as I would have liked, but there's clearly organizational forms coming out of it. Could you tell us some more about that? Whoever can answer, Dr. Gordon. To what level or scope is there in relation to the movement to secure beaches for people who live in areas and are finding themselves less able to do so?
Well, I understand that some communities are more organized than others, you know, and some citizens groups have come together and organized to get a lawyer to represent them. But I don't know of any case that, or I'm not aware of any case that has been actually filed. But I know that, you know, the Fishermen's Association, a couple of them that I spoke to are interested in a kind of advocacy group or working with an advocacy group, particularly interested in getting their issues online. For example, as part of a website or something where, you know, where they are able to connect with other fishermen's groups. And because they are aware of what is happening right along the coast, right? I think there is this movement that has just been formed called the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. And they have a Gmail, they have an email, and they're located in Stairtown, St. Anne, and they have been organizing themselves along with, I don't know, their attorney seems to be Dr. Marcus Goff, and they have been organizing more systematically. I think the recent, not just for the North Coast, I think there's a recent movement looking at the Bob Marley Beach, which was a favorite of the reggae icon Bob Marley. And there is apparently some threat to it now that, you know, they want to remove long-standing Rastafari families from the beach. And I think it has been earmarked for some kind of development. And so I know that right now they are sending around an online petition, and they're trying to get other Jamaicans involved in making protests and things like that. So it's starting, but I wouldn't say that it needs some more organization.
Any other presenters can talk about organization in relation to environmental matters, including environmental justice, that you might have come across? No?
Oh. Dr. Gordon, if I may just acknowledge that she made a question at the end of her presentation in relation to my presentation, which I thank her for acknowledging this work. Her point in terms of, one, I will come back to the environmental issue of Professor Hutton, but you mentioned, Dr. Gordon, about the reparative issues for Afro-Caribbeans, if so to speak, and just to, in terms of case law, Suriname under the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, there are a few cases which deal with issues of land, not necessarily from reparation, but in relation to lands being sold or occupied by non-Indigenous peoples. We see also that in India, there are a few cases. There's a recent case law in terms of versus Belize, in which it had gone to, but these are Indigenous peoples of Americas, in which their lands were occupied by foreign investors. And the CCJ ruled that those lands, in terms of titling, whether, yes, there's a distinction between legal title and historical land title, that not because the European powers, lay claim to this part of the world historically, that does not mean that Indigenous people lose their title. So there are cases there. In terms of environmental groups, you see them a lot in terms of in case law coming forward, as I talked about the healthy environmental case in the Inuits. You also see it in the European Union, for instance. You have a couple of cases, in one or two cases in which the European Court of Human Rights simply said this had to do with Turkey and its use of I think it's a nuclear waste, that this type of action in terms of being taken in terms of use of nuclear, in terms of all these environmental pollutants, that these contravene not only the right to life, but also the environment. You also have, historical land cases going back that can be further researched.
Okay.
There are a few more questions.
Yes, please take those, and then I pass my baton.
All right.
Okay.
Based on the discussion, I'm going to jump to T. Ranglin, who asked, so is it despite the advocacy on climate change issues internationally, the area of protective law is not yet as developed or as clear-cut to action these concerns?
In terms of it, well, the laws are there. I mean, and not because so there are laws in place. Maybe they're weak, but and they might need, looking at this band or whatever. But there are existing laws that can be used. It just depends on how you approach your case. It's like, if you're going and say, okay, well, I am taking somebody because I can't use the beach, and you just take it on right to property. That's where the court is going to look. But if you say, well, it's for my livelihood, or it's for my generation, future generation, that kind of argument, these are constitutional principles that are yet to be tested. Future generation, for instance, has to do also with well-being. It's there in the Constitution. You might not have a well-being or future generation legislation, but you have the rights of the child. You have issues from women's discrimination in CEDA. One of the things for the right in the rights of women, if you find it, is exactly relating to their vulnerability. And this is something that Jamaica has ratified that can be looked. The laws, it's a matter of how lawyers, I'm not a lawyer, I would call an academic lawyer, but I can, but people who are practicing, it's just depending on what side of, how you put your argument together. And these are the principles that are yet to be tested. The rights of the child, future generation is a part, is a part of the Constitution, so simply use it. Somebody just mentioned Dr. Goff. He is one of the legal scholars that is right now at the forefront of looking at different aspects of how to use the law in terms of protecting your rights, environment, maybe climate change, right to your beach, right to resources, right to food, all of those things.
Okay, so the final question is to Dr. Gordon. There were two questions, I'm only seeing one now. Dr. Gordon, you mentioned the important role of anthropologists in your research and made reference to Prof. Besson. Is there a Caribbean community of practice working on issues pertaining to protecting indigenous/traditional knowledge of local communities? Example, agricultural, fishing, food systems, etc.
Yes, there is. The one I know of is the Sustainable Rural and Agricultural Development Research Network at SALISIS. That's a Sir Arthur Lewis Institute for Social and Economic Studies at UWI. It's a research network that includes not only scholars, but also and it's interdisciplinary. Scientists, social scientists are part of the group, but also community organizations, farmers groups, NGOs, citizens associations, activists are also part of the research network. And chairing that network is Dr. Patricia Northover. I've been working with her too as part of the research network, and I know that they are involved in issues of the preservation of African knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge systems, in relation to agriculture, seed knowledge, food security, and fishing resources as well. So it would be good to put you in touch with them, a part of that wider community.
Okay. Let me once more thank you for your presentations, and we'll pass to the next segment of our program. I think that is the last segment, is it? I think so.
Thank you, Professor Hutton. Are you hearing me clearly, sir?
I'm hearing you clearly.
All right, beautiful. So welcome to the final segment of our conference on climate change and education, environmental education. We are in the final segment, as you just heard. Now, to continue our discourse, we will have a presentation by representatives from the Institute of Caribbean Studies, the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the University of the West Indies. Now, Doctors Nicole Plummer, Anthony Richards, Thera Edwards will share with us on the theme, Connecting Caribbean Youth to Climate Justice Through Plant Heritage Stories and Music. Very interesting topic. Now, Dr. Nicole Plummer is a lecturer in the Institute of Caribbean Studies in the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Her academic background is in history, though recently much of her work centers on cultural studies. So her research interests, presentations, and writings also include business, culture, and economic development, Caribbean socioeconomic history, language, and representation in popular Jamaican music. Dr. Thera Edwards is a map curator and lecturer in the Department of Geography and Geology at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Her interdisciplinary research includes landscape change, biophysical history, geomorphology, climate change responses, vegetation ecology, and archaeology. In the past 20 years, her work has focused on environmental management and sustainable development, with particular emphasis on biodiversity, forestry, watersheds, agriculture, and protected areas management. Dr. Anthony Richards is an ethnobotanist, storyteller, Caribbean government advisor on issues of biosafety, biosecurity, bioprospecting, and biopiracy. He is an organizer of award-winning Caribbean food events and the co-author of Cool Caribbean Cookbook series. Now, their presentation will outline the interdisciplinary methods and outcomes of the Recipes for Resilience project, implemented between September 21 and February 22. They argue that the interdisciplinary co-creative methods used in this project may be used as a template for educators in schools and other teaching and learning environments. So, ladies and gentlemen, all receive Doctors Nicole Plummer, Thera Edwards, and Anthony Richards. Over to you, presenters.
Thank you for such a fulsome introduction. Is it Miss Samuels White or is it Dr. Samuels White?
Mrs.
Okay, so Miss Samuels White, so thank you very much. It's an honor for us to be here and to share this very important research with you. It was an exciting process and I believe has some features that might be very, very useful. Now, we have a wide research team, quite a few collaborators from the University of the West Indies, the University of Edinburgh, SOS University. We also have Wild Caribbean, which is Dr. Richards, and we comprise multiple disciplinaries. So we're looking at history, heritage studies, climate research. We're also looking at a combination of geography, science, geosciences, cultural studies. So this is very exciting. Of course, how could I forget? Also the sciences, right? So really and truly a very interdisciplinary project. So the title for our project is Recipes for Resilience, Engaging Caribbean Youth in Climate Action and Afro-Descendant Food Heritage through Story Mapping and Song. Now, this research project was carried out between September 2021 and February 2022. It engaged 25 Afro-descendant and indigenous Caribbean youth, ages 14 to 20 from across the Caribbean. They were recruited through our partner organization, which is Caribbean Youth Environment Network. And Caribbean Youth Environment Network is a very active organization that operates in 19 Caribbean countries. We also worked with the Black Open University in the United Kingdom as well. And we'll mention it further down, but another research partner was the British Song Academy. So they were very important in achieving our objectives. So then what were our objectives? Well, what we aimed to do was to reconnect Caribbean youth to their elders through activities that encourage young people to reflect on their own food behaviors, how they might differ from the older generation, and why the changes matter in terms of climate adaptation, resistance, and justice for people of African descent. Now, the outcome of this wonderful research, if you want to look at it further, and we'll have this website up at various points and share it in the chat as well, is CaribbeanFoodForClimate.com. So you can get quite a bit of detail and resources from that website.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will be presenting on the project methodology. So the project had 3 workshops which employed sensory methods, storytelling, games, and song, involving the youth leading the research. So a lot of what happened was driven by their response and their interest. We tapped into oral history by having them talk to elders. We looked at their own personal recollections. We explored foodways. We looked at cooking, commensality around food, and of course, gardening and the growth of plants. Some of the project outputs included story maps that we prepared in ArcMap and a song which we shared publicly, as well as other open educational resources. The 3 workshops were held between October to February and looked at our past, our present, and our future. And we had a closing ceremony on February 25th, where we showed that food heritage can help to tackle climate change. Now, we want to emphasize that our methods were highly participatory, and because of the diversity of countries involved, spanning from Guyana in the Southern Caribbean, all the way back to youth in the UK, that the methods had to be shared multidirectional experiences where we understood that no 2 participants would have the same shared background. And of course, we wanted everyone's input, so the methods were highly participatory. There was creative learning, and of course, we wanted, because of the progression from past to future, to say that there were permanent resources that we wanted to leave behind, in particular, the website, the story maps, and the song, which we have continued to support being available. So the background to this slide shows one of the Padlets. We like to use Padlets because it allowed persons to share. We would have a permanent record. And of course, people could see what others were saying. Interestingly, as we progressed, it would just be a few words, then the sentences became longer, and then persons started to share images as they warmed to the process. We were very cognizant of the parallels and differences between the United Kingdom and the Caribbean, as shown by the vegetable and fruit and provisions in the stall in the UK market on the left, and a Caribbean market stall on the right. So while there were differences, you had that sort of colorful burst of color and diversity of offerings at the stalls. So there were differences, but we had a shared experience as Afro-descendant people. So workshop 1 or past, we started off by just asking, what did you eat for breakfast? Just to see what was happening and where the foods were, and beginning to warm to the theme of food. And then we expanded out to several other questions which persons responded to. In workshop 2, we looked at our present and we engaged literature as a resource. where a passage from The Harder They Come by Michael Thelwell was used to talk about the rural landscape kitchen gardens. And then we had a plan from Brierley's book of a kitchen garden with all the trees and plants and crops that were interspersed around a typical household. And at the end of the workshop, we then had an activity looking at the students and the youth processing information about growing plants and foods and asking to order the crops in terms of planting succession based on the information provided. So at all stages, the activities sought to engage the senses. For one workshop, we asked them, to come with things to smell, come with certain items. We let them listen to poetry. We let them listen to narrative passages. They had to be moving the crops around online. So all the senses were engaged throughout. In the final workshop, this was the one I think that was most interesting, where we captured the hearts and minds of the youth and the facilitators to come to a vision for a more resilient future through the co-creation of a collaboratively written song, which we did not want to select a genre of music because it was the Caribbean. So we didn't want it to be reggae. We didn't want it to be dancehall. We recognized rap for the UK youth. So there were elements of calypso, soca, reggae, rap, and the spoken word in the song. We used a Google document for persons to type in and work on sections of the song to start the writing process. And it was refined over time using a dedicated WhatsApp group as people tweaked the lyrics. The songwriting process was inspired by stories selected from the maps, as well as activities that we had and discussions that we shared during the various workshops. We are very grateful to the Song Academy for then putting the song to rhythm and recording and overlaying it on the track and doing the recording sessions with the various youth who volunteered to lend their voices to the final song that was produced. And now my colleague here, Anthony, will share about the project stories.
So the idea of the project was to hear from the young people across the whole Caribbean and the participants from the Black Open University in the UK. And so I should remind you that it was done online. And one of our challenges was to find times of the day or morning when everybody would be able to come online and to be comfortable to talk online at that time. It was the COVID period. And so there was competition for computers and so on in people's homes. Nonetheless, the young people got engaged and they shared a number of stories back with us, under the various themes that you heard before. The first theme, you remember, was heritage, the past, or food heritage. And we kicked off by asking, what did you have to eat this morning? Softball questions to get them comfortable. And what we got back from them was a range of dishes consumed during popular meal times from the different countries. We asked about favorite foods and preferred foods. And one of the things that came out of that was the contrast between people's enjoyment of traditional foods on the one hand, the changing face of what was called traditional food. There's a machine going past, a truck. Yeah, you're going to have to talk over it, right? And then on one hand, the traditional food and the way traditional food was changing, what your grandmother called tradition was not what you call traditional. And on the other hand, an increasing reliance on fast foods and packaged foods. So what began to come out through some of the games was that the fast foods, the packaged foods, were not only some of them were not only unhealthy, but also had a huge impact on climate. But we wanted to hear from the young people and their opinions. So those are captured in the project. Another theme that came out, this one from Trinidad, was rapid environmental change and damage. And farmland was being overtaken by urbanization. That's the construction in some places of malls outside of towns, taking up the land that was close to the towns. And then another aspect of that was that farmers markets were being replaced by highways. So as people, as supermarkets and so on moved out of town, and highways moved to those areas, then not only were the highways being run over the places where farmers markets had been, but they're also drawing people out of town to out-of-town super centers for shopping. And there had been some protests in Trinidad and Tobago about the building of some of these highways. Another area that came out was traditional farming techniques. It's been mentioned before. And young people shared from Belize, for example, how they farmed, where different crops were grown together in an agroforestry with different layers, right? Mangoes with coconuts towering above the mangoes, and then below the mangoes, there'd be something like the cocoa yams and so on, the arrowroot, and then how that was changing. And then finally, one story that came out was about a hero of tree distribution who started to produce breadfruit trees to give away to people. And he would just produce these breadfruit trees and then put them in walls on a public space so that people would take them away. And in that way, gradually change the neighborhood. So that's just a sampling of the project stories that came out as we engaged youth in learning about the environmental change.
So the project had a legacy. It had several outcomes. The one we're most proud of is the Caribbean, is a song that we developed, which we're going to play now.
Okay, I'm not sure who tested this morning. Okay, so internet.
I think we're actually out doing the follow-on project, 2 recipes for resilience, out in St. Catherine today, and I think our internet doesn't have Wi-Fi, but it's challenging. Bear with us. Okay, so while we wait for that to be sorted out and buffered, we'll play it another way. We're going to return to the presentation.
Let's talk about how to get into song. Let's take them on time slowly and get become the one. If it's the secret to make sure we fight for all we stay alive. But kitchen gardens for local foods, highway and houses, buildings in our crops. We can't even, why can't it stop? Crisis in, let's find a boat, the love is real. Food should heal, food should heal. Food and resistance, climate resilience, plans to make the planet last. Hurry, hurry, plans to make the planet last. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Fast food, slow food, fast food, so good food. Fast food, slow food, fast food, so good food. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Finger licking good, but ain't all good. Disconnected food from the farm, make me forget who we are. Come take a walk down memory lane. Mama's beef stew, that's great, okay, and purple. Don't forget about sweet 16. It's starting getting that kitchen from a place that was just fast food there. The citizens, the climate resilience, wants to make the planet last. Hurry, hurry, wants to make the planet last. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Fast food, slow food, fast food, so good food. Fast food, slow food, fast food, so good food. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Hurry, hurry, the time is moving fast. Fast food, slow food. 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 Fast food, so good food. Fast food, slow food. Fast food, so good food. Food and resistance, climate resilience.
That is a taste of the song. We'll play the remainder of it at the end, but that's a taste of the song that was produced as a part of this project.
So we like to think of the project as having a legacy in that we had the website.
Dr. Plummer, you're a little low.
Sorry, maybe we have to move a little closer to the.
Right, I'm hearing you much better now.
Okay, sorry about that. So we have a project that we would like to say has left a legacy. There is a website which we have ensured we have paid access to, and we have paid the rights for the domain name to keep the resources that we developed available, because very often on the projects, the websites become unavailable and all the materials collected are no longer a resource. We took a lot of time where several members of the project collaborative team developed story maps in ArcMap around thematic areas. We subdivided the maps into Caribbean maps as well as global stories. So here is the website, which we're now sharing on screen. And we had the story maps.
All right, so as you go through, you'll see that there's a welcome, and we have story maps, both written story maps and audio-visual story maps. So if you click on this one, you'll access a Caribbean story map.
So accessing the Caribbean stories. And what it was good is, again, because of the separation of the participants in different locations, we had, share it. Right, so we had the story map tour where we showed the locations of each story. And then when you clicked on the tour, we would have the island. You could click on a location. Nicole is helping to navigate on the side. And we had some islands that were more rich in stories. So we could randomly click on location 5 and we would see that it was about cassava and so on. So the stories were varied: yam, coconut, which I feel close to because I wrote that one, and so on. So we had, but it wasn't only from Jamaica, but we also had stories from other islands in the Caribbean. And that was a tremendous resource because, of course, the participants got to see their own countries represented. We also had the global stories, which looked more at the global crisis surrounding food, in particular, food such as rice and corn, which had become global stories. So that was a tremendous effort with, the writing of these stories shared among us all, where persons volunteered to write about different issues. So that was the story maps. Of course, we had videos that we curated. We also had the workshop recordings and the workshop materials that we have curated on the website. So we are proud to share what we have there. And as you can see, we had the various workshop recordings, or in particular, key presentations from the workshops that are YouTube videos. And we're putting this out there to educators who are working in the environment and climate sphere to say that this website and the materials that are curated on it are an educational resource that we are happy to share with persons. We even got some folk songs that we had rights to from the persons who held them on YouTube, the Mighty Gabby, as well as other folk performers who gave us the rights to their song. Okay, so we're going to return to the presentation, having explored the website a bit with you today. So story maps, videos, and music. What were some of the lessons learned?
Okay,
Dr. Plummer will share.
Now, some of the lessons we learned is how important participatory workshops are in the kind of exchange of ideas, and that facilitating environment really help. While we had 3 workshops, we are suggesting that where the school curriculum and time is of the essence, you can try to get what we're doing in, say, even 1 workshop in the morning. So there are ways and measures to condense it. Now, what is also important is partnership. We could not have done, you heard that amazing song. I am not a singer. I can crow, but I don't think I can sing. So teaming up with songwriters, musicians, organizations, CYEN, they were very good, not only for recruitment and sharing of information, but CYEN they have a grassroots movement around climate justice. So we're suggesting that you work with other organizations, work with musicians, work with songwriters, work with artists, animators, various individuals to bring to a fore and to share knowledge on climate justice, on Afro-descendant youth, on Afro-descendant food heritage. Now, the rationale for this project came out of the fact that very often the science of climate change was literally the science of climate change. The communication of it was very practical, very scientific. Now, methodologies such as these that combine art and science is increasingly necessary, because science can touch your mind. It is art and artistry that touches your heart. And so there has to be a synergy between the two for us to move forward. So we're thinking that the various methodologies that we use in this workshop can be used by educators to have students rethink, to think about the yam, the cassava, the cocoa, right? The purslane, the various items that are readily available, to think about their Afro-descendant food heritage, because the more you can eat and rely on what it is that you grow, the less you basically rely on what is imported.
So we're basically promoting looking at food security through looking at restoration of individual and local foodways and foods that are more climate adapted to the various islands and countries of the Caribbean, Jamaica in particular, but to get a sense of activism and urgency with the students using these various sensory methods that appeal, as my colleague Dr. Plummer said, to the emotions and to stir some strong feelings about the urgency of the issue of climate change and the need for climate justice. So for further information, we've actually had a paper that is now an open access and available through the Journal of Sustainability, which documents our project experience on this project that you are welcome to access using the link shown here and to read in more details about what we found and experienced as a group of researchers. Thank you.
And we'll finish with the song. Okay, I'm not going to play Gabby's song. Right, this one, yes.
Thank you all for your attention and for allowing us to share our experience on behalf of our wider team, who are actually quite a number of them are nearby, just outside. Say hi, Charmaine. Charmaine can come into the frame of view, Charmaine McKenzie, and the others are outside planting a school and demonstration garden in our follow-on project. Thank you all.
Beautiful. Thank you, researchers, for the quality work you have done in connecting Caribbean youth to climate justice through plant heritage stories and music. What an interesting research done. The music and the storytelling. And of course, we know that music and stories help to boost IQ and focus and persistence in children. So the value of that is priceless. Now, coming to us is Miss Patricia Rodney, who will explore the presentations of leadership models emerging from the ideals of nationalism and sustainable development in Earl Lovelace's The Wine of Astonishment, and the impact on these philosophies on the individual and communal will as presented in the novel. Her presentation is titled Make the Dragon Dance. Now, Miss Patricia Rodney is a lecturer at the Mico University College and holds a master's in educational leadership from the Central Connecticut State University. And she has a bachelor in education in literature and linguistics with social sciences from the University of the West Indies. She's an alumna at St. Joseph's Teachers College. She has over 25 years of experience in the field of education and has been actively engaged in molding the lives of students from the primary to the tertiary levels. She's passionate about the stories representative of human experience, which are artistically captured in literary texts. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Patricia Rodney.
Thank you, Mrs. Samuels-White. I could be permitted to share, please? Thanks. Can I just go ahead? I think. And I trust that I'm being heard. So yes. Thanks much. I am happy to be a part of this afternoon's presentation and this conference, which has been ongoing since yesterday, and the many perspectives on sustainable development and the concepts that have been embedded in this theme that we are exploring are rich, and the focus that have been taken, the perspectives rather, that have been taken are concepts that we have to explore and which are relevant to us. And so you may ask, why did I choose to go to a literary text to seek to tie in this presentation? And I'd want to say that very often we read literature, we read texts, and we read poems and any other material and dramatic pieces, or we go see them, or we listen to a song, but we do not pay attention to the details which are embedded in them, which provide us with insight into life experiences. And so it is, as a people of Caribbean descent, the works of literature have captured the historical experiences that we have encountered, and the works of literature are sources that will benefit us in understanding the past, relating to our present, and seeking to interpret the future. So as it is, in looking at the Wine of Astonishment, the presentation of leadership style and the model used by the author, Earl Lovelace, the ongoing issues are, what should I say? They are important to us as a people. And so the author pays attention to what he inscribed in text through his use of language, and that was his writing style. He addressed certain issues that are relevant to us, but were so critical to the spaces and the experiences encountered by the people within the territory in which the text is set. So we take a look at the setting, the characters, the audience, and the experiences of the characters. And we as audience, as readers, we are forced to give a response to any work of literature to which we expose ourselves, whether deliberately or if it is by virtue of being in the educational space. Now, when I sought to interpret this, I looked at the theme and saw that it had a space for educational focus. And I said, why not take a literary text to review what has happened? And so the paper will explore the presentations of leadership models emerging from the ideals of nationalism and sustainable development in the Wine of Astonishment. The research is ongoing. The analysis of the text could not be embodied in this one presentation. So there are certain perspectives which have been pulled and which will be shared with you today. And I trust that when I am complete with this, it will stimulate you to go read the work, to pick up the novel. If you have read it before, review it. And if you have not yet read it, to see what ideas are embedded in it that forces us to think about sustainable development. So the work is an authentic depiction of the period of 1932 to 1951. And it is surreal. The text is set in Trinidad, and it encapsulates the Trinidadian landscape. It is nostalgic in nature because it embodies the cultural retentions which identifies not only those people in Bonasse, but we as Caribbean people, or for that matter, the people who are characterized in text. And so it sharply juxtaposes Bonasse's fast evolving political and communal relationships. So the writer uses his skillful mastery, because Lovelace has written several texts, several novels, works that are representative of his experience and his understanding of the Caribbean experience. And it is archetypal in nature, and it represents other Caribbean leaders what was being experienced in the communities and how we seek to interpret our lived experiences. And so it is that it elicits from us a contemporary response to current developments, because we cannot read text and separate it from our daily experiences. So background to the text provides us with an understanding of the political structure. Trinidad, at the point in time, like many other Caribbean territories, like our Jamaican society, we had colonial rule. And we know that the powers that be imposed its authority on us, not just in terms of political, but our social experiences. Our day-to-day relationships were controlled, such that even the use of language, when we use our own expressions and ideas to represent ourselves, those were seen as backward and unacceptable. And so it is that within that society, the power was in the hands of the governor, and he was assisted by the planter class. And they, in turn, imposed their authority upon the people. Sometimes, if it was extended a bit, it was extended to those who had power, who owned land. And ordinary people were not permitted to experience life based on their interpretation of who they are and what they were encountering. And so it is that we are clear about our identification and relationship with slavery in respect of sugar plantation, and the harshness imposed upon us. And you would have thought that by the 1920s, that harshness should have dissipated, but it did not. In fact, they found new ways of imposing the authority. And what that did was impose restrictive social and political enforcement, which it imposed a sense of your identity is not important. Who you are is not relevant. Live by the rule. That gave birth to more and more decisions to seek independence, to develop a sense of sense, and to become identifiable as a people, not in respect of who you were characterized or directed to be. And so there are several Caribbean writers who have written in the post-colonial era whose works represent the struggle. And in 1952, you had just a limited number of persons within the territory who owned land, but clearly the ordinary people didn't own land. So the first election for universal adult suffrage was just around that time. And during that point in time, one Ivan Morton, as characterized within the novel, was elected. So he was a young leader just coming out of his exposure to academic success at the tertiary level. And so he was voted. He was supported by the people. But we learned later what he did with that trust that was reposed in him. Leadership, we know, is a consequence of influence. And it is a consequence of the person's decision to be identified as one whom others will follow. And so it is that leadership within Caribbean territories can be regarded as a decision sometimes by those who live the experience of having gone through the hardship and seeking to find somebody who can represent them. But it doesn't always follow that we're truly represented, because even until today, there are Caribbean states that are struggling. If we want to take Haiti and its struggle, it's continuing. And although the majority of islands have had their independence, there are still issues that resonate with the colonial past that does not always give us the freedom to be who we are or want to be. And so the picture is painted of the plantation society. And we say that it was, of course, a hierarchical structure, which up to the point of the novel, the fabric of the experiences of the people are woven by the authoritarian impositions of Britain. And so the political practices that would have been for a modern day society was not so modern. What happened is that through this strain of post-colonial adverse impact, the people's life were not representative of the concept of sustainability. There was little or no growth. If there was any evidence of growth for an individual, quite frequently the person just accepted the Eurocentric ideology and moved with respect to the authorities rather than seek to do anything differently for the people. And so the issues of nationalism that we find coming out in the text is not limited to Trinidad. And it is because the state, as we all are familiar, is a twin island state. The possibilities for growth becomes, what should I say? It was a tension, a situation of challenge and trying to become who they want to be and to be represented in the political landscape was challenging. But one of the issues that we must give consideration to is that their heritage is inextricably linked to the diverse multicultural Creole society. Indians, Black, Chinese, white. And each entity, each ancestral ethnic ancestry had its own practices for worship, for social relationships, and for cultural demonstrations of who they are. And as I said, the impact on national development was more difficult because of these sharp differences. And although we know that the differences exist, all are tied to the plantation heritage. And this heritage from which it was the only economic source up to just about the turn of the 20th century. So what happened? Life in Bonasse was harsh. Why? There was a prohibition. And as presented in the text, the narrator tells us the law passed against us that make it crime on the whole island for people to worship God in the spiritual Baptist religion. But as we go on, you will recognize that it was not only religion that had a challenge, that was forced to close its openness to represent self. And so if it is a crime to worship, Eva Dorcas, the first person narrator, is used by Lovelace to use insightful storytelling strategies to reveal to the reader the impact of the social and external factors which separated the psychological and internal factors and had an influence on self-efficacy. So this mindset of you're not worthy, you're not important, you really are here, but you don't belong. It undermined the mindset for change and for growth and for development. And so the interactions encountered by all members of the community was not only limited to Bonasse, but was extended, or not only limited to the characters that we see in the novel, not only limited to the people of Trinidad by extension, but to all Caribbean people. And so what that did, it's timid growth. It created uncomfortable communal relationships. And so this restrictive climate within the environment created what I regard as a psychological malaise. And it is without question that this impacted the concept for growth and development and for improving self. And such a limiting environment hinders sustainability, development, personal growth. It challenges daily living, and ultimately it was a ticking time bomb. So if you want to examine the individual and communal will of the people of Bonasse, we can examine it through the theoretical perspective of the social, cognitive career and motivation theory as presented by Dos Santos 2021. Importantly, this kind of psychological imbalance and social maladjustment. The desire to achieve is limited. And so education as a means for growth and development was not free. It was not available to everybody. There was a challenge. And those who got it, used it. Many didn't stay. They left the territory. Those from Bonace who would have achieved, they left for Port of Spain. And out of Port of Spain, many went further afield. Many to the same territory, Britain, where the impositions of authority of colonial power was coming from. And those who remained maintained the status quo. So what happened? I spoke about the challenges. The reader allows us to examine the leadership model that, yes, there was the higher authority, but there was local leadership coming out of the experiences. But what we need to know is that leadership bereft of relationship contributes to personal disharmony, communal resentment, and social tension. And Eva is suggesting to us that education must be about creating self-confidence. You shouldn't just take it and walk with it as a personal trophy. It should be a belief in one's validity as a human being. And as a human being, you should be seeking to lend a helping hand, because that is what sustainability is about. We cannot think only of today. We must think about tomorrow. What will be there? What legacy will be passed on? And she identifies that Ivan Morton had failed to recognize that education was simply getting popular. It was a way to win the battle, to be somebody. So everybody was seeking it. So the social and emotional acts of displacement that came about by the prohibition, you cannot worship. You should not worship representing your own cultural heritage, created challenges for the people who were members of the church. But it was not only the church worship that was impacted with this prohibition. There were also social bans. I'll pick that up a little bit later. But what this prohibition did, it undermined the individual need to be connected with the social self. It also eroded the heritage of personal connectivity and the considerations which are necessary for continuity and sustainable development of self. So as the models of leadership have emerged out of the Caribbean territories, we are introduced to how people fought the battle. And so it is that leadership in the fledgling Caribbean societies was a necessity for people to say, we are somebody, we belong. And so the movements to create change occurred, but it occurred with much resistance. And of course, if we go back to the social and cognitive motivation theory, which I made mention of, we will understand that the desire to establish independence came in varying forms, because these were emerging societies, emerging, developing identities, using varying models to show who we are and to accept self. Some wanted to retain African heritage. Some would have wanted to retain Chinese heritage, Indian heritage, all of the varying modalities or varying people, culture who came and who were a part of the society. And it is in that desire to retain, represent, and to sustain that there was challenge and there was division. And although we're not going to be examining the theoretical perspectives of leadership, because time wouldn't allow us to do that, we will spotlight the individual, the self, which is a necessity for reflecting the role of the individual. Who am I in this process? Who is the other person who is a part of the community? What value does that person take to the community? Is there anything for coming together and for carrying us forward? And so all of this acknowledges that the identity of the Caribbean self is emerged with much conflict. And there were leadership models that had challenges and opposition. But for all intents and purpose, the fight continued until several got independence early and some got it later. And even until today, some are questioning, should we have fought for independence or should we have remained as under the motherland and the colonial rule? Would we have been better off? The question is in the room. All right. If we go to the text and we take 3 leaders who emerge from the text, I mentioned Ivan Morton earlier, political hero. And question is, was he truly a hero? We'll discover. Bolo, local hero. And B. Dorcas, husband of the narrator, religious hero. So Ivan was an ordinary village boy who had gained success. For much of his experiences, he was quite successful in his educational pursuit. But there was a point when he faced failure, when he should have moved on to high school. And so it is that eventually, when he was nominated to the council, the belief was that he, being there, would have stood up for the people, would have represented them. But it is ironic that the betrayal of acknowledgement of his roots began very early. Because when he failed, what did he do? When he failed at the point when he should have gone on to high school, Ivan Morton, who had turned Catholic and learned their catechism, had gone to confession and make his first communion. He forgot everything about who he was as a man of the people, a man who should be, in fact, a young boy who should be holding firm to his roots, but that is carried into later life. And so it is, he is later portrayed as one who betrayed his people. It says Ivan Morton betrays his promise that he would be a shining, like that promise that the shining shoes, the part who was clipped to, all right, let me go again. Ivan Morton betrays his promise. I'm trying to go quickly, so I'm kind of tripping. So he betrayed his promise. And what did he do? He, should I say, re-engineered himself. And he came out wearing shining shoes. He was no longer representative of the community. And he was wearing a pen clipped to the shirt pocket. And when he returns after 2 years from Port of Spain, it was a warning signal that he had changed. He had adopted the superficial signs of the very culture that had oppressed his people. He said deuces. And then what did he do? He abandons his people. And he says, you'll leave and act. And that is a symbolic confirmation of his betrayal. From the text, page 210. Of course, his action is representative of many leaders within Caribbean territories. And I would want to suspect that other works that you read in literature, and let me not say suspect, I would want to share that other works in literature where people have been colonized, when some get into the position of political power, they adopt and shift. They no longer remember who they were and they forget their connection. And so it tells us that Morton accepts the status quo as was established by the colonial power. And he says, we can't change our color, but we can change our attitude. We can't be white, but we can act white. That, as presented by Lovelace, is suggesting that when a man forgets himself, forgets his root, he will betray who he is and he will separate himself. The concept of sustainability of heritage can be regarded as a separation from self. When he mimics the social and political behavior of the planter class, he physically walks away from the home in which he has lived all his life. He takes nothing. He goes empty-handed. He and his wife moves out. And so it is that disconnect from heritage is an unsustainable behavior. It is unacceptable. And the choice to support the oppressive system reflects the acceptance of the Eurocentric ideology. And it can only be deemed as an acceptance of oppression, and that is incapable of sustaining self towards maintaining a focus on the journey to independence. Of course, it is a separation of self and a question about ownership of identity. We look now at the local hero, Bolo. So with the prohibition that was imposed on the church, there was also a prohibition on social relationship, and there was a ban of the festival of Carnival. And in that is embedded the idea that the dragon can't dance. Of course, if we are separated from self, like Ivan separated himself, then he can't dance the dance of heritage. Bolo is representative of the people. And this symbolic shift in social relationship from the church, from having your social carnival, your time for reveling and for interacting, is a separation from your cultural heritage, where the impoverished urban Trinidadians would perform their gestures of oneness, of community togetherness, and community continuity, and also a continuity of self. And this would have, of course, embraced the pre-colonial historical processes that said, no, you shouldn't speak, you shouldn't act, you shouldn't relate in respect of who you are, but you should adopt. And this prohibition can be regarded as a ban or a silencing of the voice, a silence of social relationship. Now, Bolo's space for representing self, for connecting with the community, for evoking the people's joy was denied. And out of this denial, a challenge was presented. The act is symbolic of erasure of the voice that previously spoke about reflecting acceptance of self as a people of color, and the silence echoed throughout the community. So if you've ever read the text or you have ever read a blurb from it, you would be introduced to Bolo as a stick fighter. And the stick fighting is a traditional process and dance that the people enjoy, where two are in the ring and together they are opposing each other. And the fight continues until one man remains standing. It is a skillful artistic form that represents the development of the art. And it was something that they enjoyed. Now, he was a strong man, physically brave and very attractive. And so he embodied the sense of community. He had a relationship with people and a relationship with even the market women. But what happened? Through his sporting prowess, we could see his ability to defend self and to stand against the opponent. But with the imposition, he was denied that. And it says, he don't fight just to win battles for himself. And the fight which was not just for self is described as a dance, the adventure, the dance of the dragon. It is the ceremony, to show off the beauty of the warrior, as if he was making a gift of himself, offering himself up, a beauty that wasn't his alone. It was theirs, it was ours, to let us know that we in this wilderness country, we who are suffering, we as a people who have been denied the right to be, were enjoying this. And it was with the drums and the songs and the singers that they enjoyed this. But when the war came and the Americans came in, another group of people who erased the identity, because there was no money in the economy, that was changing how they lived. Again, the idea of sustaining that which we have was being shifted. And so the opportunity for the grand festival was denied. And it wasn't only in Bonasse, it was throughout the island, people under pressure. And so it is the silence in this interaction evokes or presents us with a brokenness of spirit. It was a physical attack on Bolo because he in turn is opposing what was happening. He's challenging the part that has been taken. And we in turn are introduced to the man of the people as a changed character who now becomes an oppressor, one who defies central authority. And what happens? He becomes pariah, he becomes outcast, he's feared. In all of that, there is a brokenness of spirit. The joy that was embodied in him has dissipated. And so there's a disintegration of social relationship and a separation from the community because he can no longer identify who he is. He cannot see himself as the dancer, the fighter. And it leads to his opposing the people of the community. In his defiance, he attacks them and he takes what he wants and he does just about what he wants. And he challenges the police. And when they come for him, he would just simply tell them to wait on him, and then he would go with them at his will and pleasure. Now, the ultimate act of defiance is one that cannot be sustained because it is unacceptable. He abducts 2 young females and in defiance to the authority, invites them to come and get the young ladies because he's not sending them back. And in that moment, challenge of the warrior, the man of battle, with the man who owns or possesses authority and has a gun, Bolo dies. He's killed. And he's not the only one who dies in the process. One of the daughters is killed. Question is, was his death a sacrifice? And this is a question raised by B. Was his death one that challenged the community to say, you didn't stand up for me. You didn't fight the system. You simply accept it. So is it a sacrifice? And I move to B, the spiritual leader, the head of the church, the one whose garb represents a relationship with higher authority. He too is faced with a challenge because the ban, as I said, was one that said you cannot worship as a people. You no longer can enjoy the calling of the spirit, the ringing of the bell, the joy that comes with worship and feeling the spirit and sprinkling water and developing that oneness in the space of their church. And although the church was away from the community, as it were hidden, because the leadership was afraid, because they were being raided from time to time, it too results in a brokenness of spirit. Again, a physical attack on the church, and they were all lined up and marched to the police station, marched to go before a judge and be fined. And the concept of that fine, if we take a look at the issue of Paul Bogle fight said, you are imposing this upon us and you're asking us to pay fine, but we don't have any job, we don't have the money. In this text, B has a cow, that which provides for the family through the milking and all of those opportunities for growth and development. He's the provider for his family. He's the spiritual leader. But what did he have to do? He had to sell the cow in order to pay the fine. Again, a brokenness of spirit. And there comes a point when he too contemplates breaking the law. And so it is that the imprisonment of Bolo, tied in with what B is experiencing, contributes to the mindset. We cannot live like this. It is too much. And what happened is that the authorities forced the people to experience a harshness, a socially disruptive element, all because of their bell ringing, their loud singing, and their highly expressive behavior during worship. This non-traditional Eurocentric faith is despised and banned. And the group of believers, the spiritual Baptists or Shouter Baptists, they are confused and they seek to understand what sin we commit, what deeds our father or we do, that tribulation is rained upon us. So as we examine the experiences of the 3 leaders, we question, fledgling Caribbean societies, were they given all the support that they needed for growth and development? What have we taken from those experiences that will continue to help us to understand and to grow? So this 3-year ban on Carnival and on the church crushed the people's spirit. It was a denial of themselves, and it's been similar to the worship ban and the pressure. The absence of festive association is one in which the dragon can't dance. And as we said, it is the resurrection of the pre-colonial ideological mindset that seek to keep the people subjugated. The question is, what will we take from works of literature that will help us to understand that what happened in the past cannot die in the past? It is history. We can use it to determine where we will go, how we write text today, what important parts will we take, and how will we use it to influence leadership styles? Will we be local hero who fight the system? Will we be community leaders or political leaders who are elected, but we forget who we are and who placed us there and the reasons for placing us there? Or will we be church leaders who are afraid to stand up? The novel, Through Lovelace's Eye, allows us to determine what space we will occupy and how we will move forward as a people who are always writing the script about our experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Rodney. Certainly some very interesting and provocative questions that you have left for us to think about. The themes outlined in the novel sound so very familiar, especially when we talk about the shift in leadership styles when individuals assume positions of power. Much to think about. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, coming to us with another presentation is, one moment, is Mrs. Marcia Mills McFarlane. She will share with us on popular culture and sustainable development within John Steinbeck's text, The Pearl. She will show how these are inextricably linked to the development and journey of the protagonist, Kino. Essential to her discussion are the dynamic and personified presence of nature within the text and the role that this element plays in the evolving and turbulent atmosphere of the text. Indeed, we are in the conference on climate change and environmental education. Her presentation theme is titled The Untamed Lullaby of the Sea, Echoes of Popular Culture and Sustainable Development in Steinbeck's novel, The Pearl. Marcia Mills McFarlane is a lecturer at the University of the West Indies and the Mico University College. She holds a master's in education in language education and a Bachelor of Arts in Literatures in English from the University of the West Indies. She also holds a postgraduate diploma in language and literature from the Mico University College. She has taught at the different levels of education for over 20 years. She specializes in remedial teaching of language and literature, drama, and language and literature education. She engineers through her pedagogy to enrich and transform lives, and so actively infuses creativity in her teaching. She's a writer of poems and short stories, and is passionate about life and education. Ladies and gentlemen, please receive Mrs. Marcia Mills McFarlane. McFarlane.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am, and seeing you too.
Good. Can you give me a leave to share Thank you. I greet you well. I greet you in the mighty name of literature, the forgotten subject, the subject that has been discarded. I replace it within the realms of academia. I place it within the realm of curricula and curriculum. Thank you. Do I have leave to share? Okay.
You should.
Yes, absolutely. I want to start my presentation, which resounds with echoes and lullabies and songs. I want to evoke the song by Della Manley. I'm not sure if you know it, but you should. It says, ashes on the windowsill. This generation is uncomfortable still. The eagles landed and I heard the scream, and it wasn't a dream. Full moon, go on and light up the sky. Send away the clouds. We don't want to feel that pain too much, too many lives at bay. Or is it something you can't feel? I dreamt the sea swept all the fishes to the shore. The moon began to moan. Mother Nature on her knees. Imagine that. Is this the world that you want to be in? Is this the world that you want your children or other people's children to grow in? So as you will realize, my call is a strident one. It is a call to self. It is a call to the return of traditional value systems that will preserve and encourage sustainability. But it also gives an alternative look at this sustainable development. Good afternoon. My topic is, I think, aptly placed within the realm of discussions that have been going on. It is the untamed lullaby of the sea, echoes of popular culture, and sustainable development in Steinbeck's The Pearl. Now I know you will say, wow, here we go again. I'm being called into a literature classroom, the one that I have escaped from. But I'll be kind with you. I'll remind you of your roles to read, to explore, to be curious, because it is only through research that we are going to learn about this thing called sustainable development, which is multifaceted. If I were a storyteller, I would tell you the significance of context and the need to establish the context in the audience's mind. So I would weave you a tale about life, about Mexico, specifically in La Paz. I would tell you of a happy baby, a scorpion, sickness, possible death, the frantic dive for the pearl, the great find of the pearl of the world. I would tell you. I would tell you of the interplay of man and nature, man versus man, and man's eternal struggle with self, our call, our duty to self, to the community. If I could sing, then I would sing a lullaby to soothe the main characters, Hina and Wana, us, our pain, to nullify the effects of anger, deceit, conspiracies, murders. I would show you the trail of blood and tears. detail the steady descent into turmoil and hysteria, the alienation of nature and reason, the lure of instincts of wealth, the fall into basal desires and fears. I would tell you, I could tell you, but alas, dear audience, this story is not mine to tell. It is, in fact, John Steinbeck's The Pearl. It is an allegory of humanity, and it lies within the skillfully crafted atmosphere of the text. Dear audience, will you now read? When one assesses the ideals of globalization and its byproduct, modernity, one must push aside the veneers of success and progress to face alarming and ugly realities such as crippling contemporary legacies, warped perspectives, ours, identity crisis, Caribbean, worldwide, and an irreverence towards our landscapes, natural and cultural. My Here G 2013 reminds us that nature is self-sufficient in comparison to needy man. Nature does not need us to rule over it, but runs itself very well and better without human beings. We are the parasites on this food chain of life, consuming more and more and putting too little back to restore and maintain the life system that supports us. Are you guilty of that? John Steinbeck in The Pearl, therefore, must be lauded for his presentation of the devastating effects of modernity and change on the almost surreal pastoral landscape and lifestyle of the people of La Paz. His allegorical text is heady with universal messages about man, sustainable development, and life, while exposing stereotypes and warped dogmas, nestling ironically in the pristine and surreal landscape of La Paz and the traditionalistic and simple lifestyle of these poor Indians. Yet, it is an obvious attempt to suggest the possibility of restoration and healing for fragmented selves, ravaged landscapes, and disillusioned perspectives on nationalism, all important in the development of the psyche of the Caribbean man. Steinbeck's text incites a denouncement of an anthropocentric or a human-centered ideology and propels us towards an affirmation of self within the collaborative network of community, and we'll call that nationalism, and the therapeutic effects of nature. The paper then examines the intricate advocacy and representations, and I want to say representations too, of popular culture and sustainable development within the allegorical text, The Pearl, written by John Steinbeck, against the backdrop of modernism, literary theories, and pedagogical practices, and present these narratives as essential discourses in the understanding of self and community, even within the Caribbean space. Notice I keep saying even within, because sometimes when we see a text and it's not from the Caribbean, then we think that we are not a part of that agenda of the writer. We are very much a part of it because of a number of things. The very fact that within the text, there are echoes, haunting echoes of colonialism, post-colonialism, and the travails of that, and this quest for an identity, a self that is at once intricately tied in with the community. It suggests that we too are being called, we too are being beckoned to change, to restore. May I remind you of my title, The Untamed Lullaby of the Sea, Echoes of Popular Culture and Sustainable Development in Steinbeck's The Pearl. The title has much significance in its references to two important pillars of sustainable development, and that is environment and culture. Yes, there are resonances of economy and all of those in it, but it is more pronounced when we think in terms of environment and culture. And I'm sure there are many subsets to this. Untamed, when placed in juxtaposition to lullaby, presents a striking irony of binaries, wild and tumultuous, as opposed to the calming and peaceful purposes of lullabies, those that you were used to from birth, lulling you into sleep, not anarchy. The use of lullaby is a reference to the overarching atmospheres of myths and legends that pervade the text. But there's also a suggestion that the function and original perspectives of the sea has changed because of man's action. And so we're reached now into the realm of pathetic fallacy, that nature reacts, nature mimics us too, and we have got to be careful. The title alludes also to the fact that man, as symbolized in the Indians of the community, should not attempt to confine nature, the sea, since it ebbs and flows constantly, naturally. Man, therefore, must learn to utilize natural resources effectively and conscientiously. Echoes suggest a loss or erasure of the essential things such as popular culture and sustainable development, necessary elements in any society. As Warner Keener's the protagonist's wife intones, this thing is evil. It will destroy us. Have you heard her call? The term ecocentrism is a broad way for literary and cultural scholars to investigate the global ecological crisis through the intersections of literature, culture, and the physical environment, Gladwin 2013. So we are hearing about globalization and we are feeling guilty. There is no need to feel guilty. The text suggests that globalization must exist, but how? How can we balance self, community, resources? That is the question. I notice I'm pausing to allow you to reflect at times, okay? Now we must look now at the term popular culture. Popular culture, I have deliberately adopted a non-traditionalist meaning because the text alludes to that. The text speaks to the valorizing of the common man, Aquino, poor Indian, a laborer in Jamaica, a farmer. It speaks to their lifestyle as being popular culture, just by its execution. And so within the text, we hear of different songs, the songs of the family, the songs of the sea, and even so, because wherever there is good in the world of binaries, there is bad, the song of evil. And within Keen and within all of the Indian pulsed a song that was theirs, that was personal, that no one could disturb. That is the pulse of popular culture. Our song, our rhythms, our food, our dress, who we are as a people. And so the call today is to ask that you will see teaching within the literature classroom, within any classroom, as a call to valorize the popular culture of the masses, with, of course, some amount of sense being applied to it, but not to erase what was already there, what is essential, because it is the popular culture, Steinbeck insists, that is a part of the sustainable development. It is not just the environment, it's the culture that we have. It is popular culture, Steinbeck insists, that is tied into our identity, who we are. And if we think of what colonialism and slavery had done to our psyche as people, then we need to ignite that passion for self. Return the songs of hope into the classroom. Return the songs of hope to self. Popular culture is also significant because it becomes a call to duty, a duty of respect, responsibility, and reverence. Reverence of nature, reverence of selves, reverence of resources, all types, and a call to be patriotic, as is echoed in the spirit of nationalism that even Ms. Rodney spoke of in The Wine of Astonishment, is echoed by Lovelace too in Schoolmaster and other texts. Steinbeck suggests that we must never ignore the nurturing of this self-awareness, the valuing of others, and that we must do our duty in transforming ourselves, transforming others, and the community. It is our duty. And so, he does struggle when he found that pearl, that big pearl of the world, all right? And I'm sure many of us, if we got that big pearl, that would just change our lives, like the lotto, right? We would probably not want to share as Kina did. Probably we would become alienated by our community members. But the text is suggesting that probably that is not the way. Kina intones, I am a man. I must be heard. All right? So there we go now. He's delving into self. He's forgetting he even has a family. He has a wife. And I know the other branch of sustainable development in terms of ecocentrism speaks to that ecofeminism, the valorization of womanhood and all it entails. And that this too is captured in the landscape, which is normally referred to as being female. before Kino says, I am a man, only I must be heard. He doesn't want other voices. Immediately that Kino gets the pearl, his tongue is loosened. Now he's coming from a family of, a community rather, of people who barely talk, you know, because the text speaks to them having this affinity with self, with nature, with community. They didn't even need to speak. The text spoke to Warner and Kino communicating without word. The only thing that was there was the lullaby of self, the lullaby of the sea and the child. Now it is displaced. It is displaced. This is what wealth does. This is what the everlasting strife for the dollar does. Commercialization. And so Steinbeck's call is this. We have to be careful. We have to ensure that we balance these things, or we are going to have a big problem on our hands. And Steinbeck presents nature, environment as a sort of ambivalent force. Because at one point it seems good, but then another point it seems bad, almost fighting with the protagonist. Fighting, I would say, to stay alive. Because as gets that big pearl of the world, and the possibility of wealth becomes there, becomes so much a part of his life, he's consumed by greed. And I remember years ago, a mentor of mine, an older lady, a teacher, she wasn't convinced that Kino was greedy. She was adamant that he was just doing what any man would do. And I'm agreeing, yes, that is true. But if you love the pearl, wealth, all its trappings of success, too much so that you forget self, you forget family, you forget nature, you start to beat your wife, you start to ignore your child, you are so subsumed by this desire for success, then something is wrong. It has been replaced, love has been replaced by greed. So if we say that Steinbeck's text is a universal text and it's allegorical, then it's a call to us to be careful of the things that we are doing to self, to community, and even to the psyche. We must examine the lovable character of Kino, who gives into what Aristotle would call his tragic flaw, his hubris, the pride. He must be a man, he must make something. The child must go to school. You have never been married before. That is your way, that is your culture. That is so much a part of you, but no, now you want the things that are not a part of your tradition. Because I must say that within the text is the binaries of religion, the traditional religion as in the Catholic religion versus the regular Indian way of life and their religions, believe in gods, different gods and so on. And so we see this tussle, and it's a tussle between self and colonialism, and acceptance of colonial beliefs and ideologies, because there is Kino who is already married, who has a child, and is already married by his community, in his community, yet he wants to go into church so that one will wear a dress. He wants a gun. He wants everything, all the trappings of success that are not necessarily good. The text then is almost dynamic in its allegorical message. It's almost didactic too, this preaching that Steinbeck's put on. All right? Why is Steinbeck preaching so much within the text? He wants us to maintain our environment. He wants us to be better than we are. But he also suggests that if we handle the resources well, yes, there's pearl diving, there are all kinds of things happening in juxtaposition to the beauty and the surrealism and the purity of nature. But these things can work if we are careful and we know how to do it, all right? And so, I want to now go into the concept of a critical literacy pedagogy. That within the classroom space, there is hope. There is a new wave coming. If it is not there, it is called eco-criticism. It is this type of pedagogy that embraces self-awareness. So here we're not talking about just the environment, no. We are talking about an awareness of the role and the duty of text within our classroom, how it is that it promotes reflection, how it is that students must be released from the silencing that have been imposed on them within our classroom, within our homes. I've always wondered how it is that we expect the students to, on their profile for CXC, there's understanding, there's expression. And we expect them to do well for expression when we have not taught them from our homes, within the institutions, how to express self. So this ecocentrism is that call to express self. It's a call to you, not just to students, but it's a call to you to practice this consciousness, the self-awareness that even words are a part of that lullaby of affirmation and hope. Will you answer that call? And so some of the activities that can be incorporated within the classrooms are varied. They are deliberately geared towards releasing that tongue for the response of a lullaby. Forgive me for the noise. This tongue that needs to be released from its enslavement. It's a pedagogy of reflection and expression. Let us sing songs of hope within our classroom. And so I'll provide some activities now. Let our students, and honestly, it doesn't even have to be for a literature classroom, but literature gives the scope for that. Let our students provide words to the songs, the song of the family, the song of the sea, the song of evil, yeah. Give them a scope to express self. And you would be so delighted and astonished with the different narratives that emerge based on their backgrounds and all of that. Because the text, I think Steinbeck is deliberate, and I've searched for the song, the words for the song, but there are no words. Perhaps Steinbeck is deliberate in allowing us to voice the song ourselves in whatever way. Suppose they want to DJ, if they want to sing on a popular rhythm, give them that scope. Do not lock them into the boxes that slavery has imposed on them, that are more traditionalist type of education has imposed on them. That is why they are so afraid of literature and other subjects. Release them. Let them have debates on the importance of sustainable development, could debate about the traders, you know. I mean, it's kind of ironic. We would think that pearl trading is wrong, But Steinbeck is saying, no, don't be so judgmental. There are possibilities of hope. And as you know about sustainable development, there are chances for economic success, but this must be handled well. Give them the scope to talk about pearl diving as it occurred within the text, farming, and I will get my head knocked off. Even scamming, shouldn't they talk about it? Should we silence them because we are uncomfortable? Aren't we teaching value systems within our classroom, whether it be a literature classroom, a language classroom, a history classroom, any classroom? Aren't we there as guides and facilitators? To seal their mouths is to seal their expression. You have locked them in. They will explode. You need to release them of the bondage of slavery. Give them blogging. Give them blogging. I've looked at the character of one, my golly. She was abused by the one man that she loved so much, the one man that she served. And I know ecofeminism would speak to that subservient side of attitude. But I would say that Wana is not really just subservient. She is doing it for the love of the family and the love of Kino. What a good woman. So allow them to blog. Allow them to articulate the whole trauma of Wana in terms of this abuse, verbal and physical abuse of by Kino. And I would think too that you could allow other voices to join, the interplay of voices to become the lullaby, to soothe, to quell, to restore. The voices of the other students who will become counselors, who will counsel and prod them into a new awareness of self and affirmation. We need these voices within our classroom. We need to record the narratives of hope, the narratives of transformation. We need to give voice to the plight of the displaced others. We need those voices. So that is the call of the ecocentric approach to teaching. That is the duty of a transformational teacher who recognizes the plight of the colonized subject and is willing to play his or her part in releasing former subjects of slavery, of colonization, and giving them joyful epiphanies and utterances of pride and self-expression. That is our call. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcia Mills McFarlane. Very interesting presentation indeed, and perspectives shared. All right, so at this time, she has taken us to the end of our presentations, and at this time, if there are questions, then our presenters can answer those questions. Mrs. Alvaranga, are you seeing any questions?
There are questions at the moment, so we'll just wait 2 minutes or so to see if persons will pose a question.
Mm-hmm. All right, while you're thinking about your question, I thank you for lending us your ears. And I'm sure that you have all been stirred, and varying perspectives have been provided for you to think about the matter of climate change and environmental education. Miss Dr. Beverly Johnson will be coming to us to give the vote of thanks and the final notices and instructions.
Colleagues, a very pleasant afternoon. It is my task to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the Mico community. It was Ralph Marston who said, and I quote, "Make it a habit to tell people thank you, to express appreciation sincerely and without the expectation of anything in return. Truly appreciate those around you, and you will always find many around," unquote. So it is with heartfelt gratitude that I, on behalf of the Mico University College, move the vote of thanks to all you wonderful people who have joined us in your varying capacities over these 2 days. The Mico University College considers this a privilege and a responsibility to be able to host this timely and relevant conference. In the words of Professor Michael Taylor, climate change is an ongoing and growing concern and challenge, but it is livable. However, the response should come from all sectors and should be consistent, calculated, and coordinated. So we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to our various presenters. Ambassador Byron Blake, Dr. Susan Otokon, Professor Michael Taylor, Mr. Hugh Shim, Miss Carol Ross, Miss Jade Williams, Mrs. Elaine Campbell-Danen, Dr. Doreen Gordon, Dr. Nicole Plummer et al., Miss Patricia Rodney, and Mrs. Marcia Mills McFarlane. Indeed, all these presentations have stirred our intellect, illuminated our ignorance, provoked our thoughts, and activated our social consciences. Indeed, we also thank our chairpersons who have so ably led the proceedings, all those who have brought greetings, and all those who have assisted in the planning and execution of this conference. Finally, to all of you who have graced us with your presence, we say thanks. To all, if our words seem modest, our gratitude and appreciation are mountainous for the magnitude of your contribution to this conference. Thanks again, and Godspeed in all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Over back to you now, Mrs. Alvaranga. Good afternoon.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I'll just wish everybody a wonderful Heroes Weekend as we reflect on our rich heritage.
Mrs. Alvaranga, there's a question in the chat.
There is one?
Yes, it just came in just now.
Okay, all right. Can you read it?
Okay, it says, how does the pedagogy relating to earning a living in a pro-American society? Okay, I think it is not complete yet. How does the pedagogy relating to earning a living in a pro-American society? How does the pedagogy relate? I'm sorry. How does the pedagogy relate to earning a living in a pro-American society? Perhaps that question is for the, well, all three presenters spoke to some pedagogy and methodology of sorts.
Mrs. White, although my topic didn't specifically speak to pedagogy specifically, but in respect of how does it, what was it? I'm trying to remember, relate to earning a living. You know, it is ownership of self and understanding who you are within a society that would be relevant to interpreting your personal development and the space in which you can grow. So in terms of guiding learners through understanding literature, it is also, as Mrs. Mills McFarlane said, it's not limited. So you're not just looking only to earning a living, but becoming the best you so that you can move into the earning space. So I'd want to think that that is possible through understanding text relating to the experiences that others have that would empower you to understand who you are within the society and how you could grow from that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rodney. Other presenters, any comments, anything to add to what Ms. Rodney has put forth?
Yes. Steinbeck's call is not a call to be penniless, to be poverty stricken. It is a call for a balance. All right, how you go about balancing these successes, wealth, with your personal goals. That is what Steinbeck is referring to. Thank you.
Okay, and Barbara is commenting, she's saying, we will continue the immigration stream to the US. All right. I am not seeing any other. Okay. Not seeing any other questions in the chat. And so at this point, I say good afternoon and thank you again, everyone, for joining us. Have a great rest of the afternoon.
Bye, everyone.